A lot goes into making a game, and there's lots of experimentation, and right up until the point where it's burned on a disc, every decision is critiqued.
I don't think it's necessary.
Even more.
It's the big door that brings up that other grenade.
When the fans see it, it's already gone through all the tribulations. It's a much more harrowing process than I think most of the fans understand.
Everybody has a different opinion on what drives Halo. It's the art, it's environments, it's the graphics. And the most important part to me is story.
Whether it's a love story between the Chief and Cortana or an action-packed explosion fest, we have to negotiate how we get our stories in there.
We went through a full year of pre-production on this project. The story is one of the first things we sit down and talk about when we go to create a game.
And if the Chief just has like his head sort of like reaction to what,
The stories are always created the same way. First off, a group of people agreed that this is the story that we want to tell.
What's going to happen to the Chief? What's going to happen to Cortana? We had been working on this story nonstop, making compromise after compromise because there were a lot of things that different people didn't agree on.
Dude, the story should be about Earth getting destroyed, or let's show the Chief's face. That'd be a really good idea.
Radio for VTOL. Heavy lift gear.
We write the first draft of the script, but it's not great. Man, do I really want to give all this credit to Marty?
I didn't see any shape to this story. Nothing happy, nothing sad, nothing intense.
But a premature firing will destroy the Ark.
It's like, I think it needs more punch.
Unacceptable! Unacceptable!
What it really needs is some death.
You actually want to get to the point where the player goes, well, wait a minute, I've been this character for 3 games. They can't possibly kill me.
By having the reality of death a part of the story, it did actually introduce this tone of heroism.
Johnson, sound off.
There's no sense of heroic action if there's no real consequences.
Get out of here!
Something that's really important is that our characters feel real.
Do it.
Is Miranda coming across as strong enough?
Now.
Does the Arbiter have enough vengeance built up in him to really push that sword into truth?
You must be silenced.
But the story that we're telling is the story of a human conflict with an aggressive adversarial species, the Covenant.
One of the keys to the success of the story is we didn't pump a lot of time into figuring out who the Master Chief was and why he was a ghost in the shell. We thought he is a husk. He's a big green suit of armor that you move around.
There's something good about having the Master Chief essentially be a blank slate. That helps each individual person connect to the character.
You found me, but so much of me is wrong.
The main personal relationship you have in the game is with an AI called Cortana.
I do know how to pick 'em.
At least one of our writers refers to her as your girlfriend.
Cortana's every girlfriend that we've ever had. No, just kidding. She's your little guardian angel.
Got an escape plan?
Thought I'd try shooting my way out.
Cortana plays a huge role in the fiction of this game, and we didn't want people to forget about her.
No, I don't want to chance a remote detonation. I need to stay here.
By the end of Halo 2, the Chief is separated from Cortana for the first time.
After I'm through with truth.
They'll make a girl a promise. If you know you can't keep it.
You need to constantly remind players of what they're missing, that this thing is something worth going after. But if it was just a straight, now go find her, here's a map, people wouldn't care.
Chief, it's not safe. The Gravemind, it knows I'm in the system.
Having that moment where you actually see her with the Gravemind fighting for her existence, it was just a really powerful idea for us.
Hurry, Chief. The Ark. There isn't much time.
In Halo 3, we're obviously picking up where Halo 2 left off. The Covenant have occupied Earth. Humanity is sort of down to its last defenses.
The elites and the brutes are destroying everything that the Prophet of Truth doesn't.
All of the Halos are primed and ready to fire.
The Flood is out, And who knows where they're heading? An unstoppable, voracious parasite.
You have nothing going for you at the beginning of Halo 3, except for you.
This is as big as it gets.
In games, it's always this fundamental trade-off between immersion and drama.
Wait! We really tried to create this nice, tight, woven mesh of fiction and gameplay.
It's a balance between telling the story and letting the player have their own story.
Is it more satisfying as a player to kill Guilty Spark yourself, or to see the Chief do it in cinematic? But as soon as you make that decision, you're taking that action away from the player.
Figuring that out is really the challenge of telling stories in games.
When you're trying to balance story and gameplay, one can't come at the expense of the other.
The trick is to weave story into those gameplay sequences without interrupting the gameplay.
We're being a lot more cagey about the way we sneak story in.
There's the Cortana channel, there's the Perspective channel, there's the Letterbox channel, which are the traditional cinematics. All of those work together to tell our story across the entire game.
Perspective channel essentially means that the Chief is still going to be in the scene, but it's not a letterbox cinematic, but he's not going to talk, and they're going to be really short, and they're mainly just going to focus on the action.
The event is happening in real time. When you press the skip it, instead of going to the end, that event just continues to happen.
It's just one of those little sort of exploratory moments that players can choose to take part in, or they can choose to ignore.
It feels much more like a story that you're experiencing instead of a game with a movie that comes in every once in a while.
There's certain parts of the story that you tell by having Cortana talking in your ear.
It was the coin's fault. I wanted to make you strong.
The Cortana effect is essentially another story channel that we came up with. Because she is with the Flood, she can sort of give you bits and pieces of, you know, what's going on, but in this really fractured, fragmented sort of way.
Your mission? Could you watch me die?
We also have a separate storytelling method, which we call the vignettes. It's just a cool little thing where the characters are animated in a very custom way.
You can walk into an environment and you can see a couple brutes beating up a couple Marines.
They're not just standing there looking at the door that you just came through, pointing their weapons at you.
It gets the sense that there's something else greater going on in the story.
One of the things that we've tried really hard to do was make the cinematics directly related to what you just finished doing or what you're about to start doing. In Halo 3, almost all of our letterbox cinematics start with player action.
You must activate.
So it flows really nicely from one gameplay segment into the cinematic and out to the other gameplay segment.
I'm sitting here day in and day out working on the cinematics. And every scene that I make, there's this voice in the back of my head saying, what is keeping the player from skipping this? What's keeping the player from hitting a button and just going right to the end?
Ultimately, it's involving the player and making the player really feel that they're in this story.
You want to establish that this is something a little bit more important.
The story that we're trying to tell has higher stakes. Whether we can do that, we won't know until that thing's in people's hands and they're playing.
Design is about the dance. I love the dance.
It can be a little bit of a fight.
It's always a degree of compromise.
Someone comes by your desk and say, that's just not quite right.
Then things change.
You make a cool gun.
Things morph.
The next thing you know, it's a flamethrower.
Things completely get cut.
Bungie giveth and it taketh away.
The design process is not just driven by the story, and it's not just driven by the gameplay.
The development cycle revolves around missions. So at the beginning, when we're concepting missions, you fill it with some sort of challenge.
When I first start on a mission, I will try to get a good high-level set of goals of enemies, weapons, and events. The first phase is repulse the Covenant. And then the second phase, we're trying to have it so the player expands their territory that they have and pushes the neutral and the enemy territory back.
And then the third part of an encounter is what you might call chopping off the head of that encounter. You're really trying to get to the end of the level. There may be a brute chieftain that you've been working your way towards, or a wraith tank.
Once we sort of nail that down at the highest level, we think about what are the cool experiences you can have in that mission with those characters.
2 guys against the player might be tough, but 2 guys against the player when the player has this weapon is suddenly an easy encounter. So now you can put 4 guys in there.
It'd be cool if the Phantom dropped off a Sniper Jackal.
Yeah.
The idea for a mission can start in lots of different places. Sometimes there's some really cool environment that we want to feature.
We had the notion of starting the game in a jungle from the very get-go.
Engineering grasped onto, like, that's going to take a lot of cool rendering, and artists grasped onto that and said that's going to allow for some really cool artwork. Design grasped onto it and said that's going to really sell the gameplay on that first mission.
Here is the first drawing of the jungle, the first mission in the game. We tried to indicate that the early areas would be used for basic movement training, and then moving into combat training, then eventually advanced combat where grenades are introduced and the player's introduced to the concept of flanking. From this, we went to an actual whiteboard where a lot more detail was added in.
A whiteboard contains sort of a rough layout and a list of the different sandbox items that are going to be used in that mission.
Then we'll also start listing out more specifics about the encounters, like where the grunts will be introduced or where the Phantom is going to come in. From here, we went on to Illustrator. And after that, we went into building the mass outs in 3D Studio Max, and we were off and going.
I would say Halo 3 is more of an offense game. It's all about getting in the action.
You gain yourself more cover, you gain yourself a nice weapon, and that sort of starts tipping the scales in your favor.
Every mission has its own feeling, and you don't just get that sense of, oh, I'm going from room to room and just killing more guys.
What we did for this encounter, for example, is the player can take the primary path, which is straight ahead, and take the Covenant head on, or they can take this secondary path, which flanks around the Covenant. So it feels like the player kind of gets to choose from the beginning of the encounter what type of experience they want.
Having a player feel like he did the right choice is probably one of the most rewarding things you can do in a game.
The state we want to keep you in is this constant state of challenge where you're not succeeding, but you know next time if you just did a little bit better, you could.
Oh, come on, man. I'm not spazzing.
In a single-player game, you have relatively limitless control over the experience of the player.
In multiplayer, it's very much a conflict between live participants that you're duking it out with.
When the map design sort of evolves, it needs to be balanced.
Blue team, what are you doing? Oh, God!
The blue team starts on one side and the red team starts on another. They sort of have an equal arena to play in.
What's a perfect Halo bunker or a tower or a bridge? We're trying to make these ideal little situations, and then from that little situation, put a couple of them together, and that sort of becomes a level.
Design is such a broad concept. Designing a mission could be, I draw on a piece of paper, hey, here's the basic layout. You might take into consideration things like line of sight. You know, you certainly don't want the player to stand at point 1 of the level and see the very end of the level.
We have 2 encounter spaces that can see each other, so all the objects and all the AI are active in both of them at the same time. I'm trying to block them off from each other without completely destroying some of the views that we worked really hard to capture. And when Marcus sees it, he's going to kill me.
We have a bunch of systems for telling exactly where the player is and then triggering some event in front of him.
The purpose of creating these invisible trigger volumes is to let the computer know where the player is. So this is a bird's eye view of the first encounter where the player is actually fighting Covenant in Outskirts. When the player enters from this side, they will enter this first trigger volume that might spawn enemies or cause a ship to explode in the distance. There's a few side trigger volumes where we have some enemies in those areas, and when the player enters this trigger volume, those enemies actually get afraid of the player, and they'll run away. This is how we would make a trigger volume. And let's say, for example, we want some enemies to spawn in this little basin down there. You would place a trigger volume, you can control the scale of it, and you would want to create a nice, clean line that the player can't get around. You know the player is close to the ground, so they can't actually see over the hill, but you wouldn't want them to be able to stand here because they could actually see the enemy spawn, and they'd spawn out of nowhere. So you're always just looking for a line so that the player can't actually see what's happening. The player crosses a bend, they hit the new trigger volume, and that fight ensues.
If mission designers are like storytellers, I give them words like warthog and explosion to tell different stories.
The basic design for a weapon needs to be fun to shoot and fun to be shot at. The shotgun is all about close range, surprising people. The sniper rifle is long range. Spartan laser is about taking down vehicles.
My favorite weapon is the battle rifle.
I'm quite partial to the sticky grenade.
And that 3-shot burst just feels really powerful.
We create situations in which a weapon is going to be the best thing around. But we also do the reverse, where we give you a shotgun, and then the next encounter is going to be all long range, and then all of a sudden you have to find a different solution to the problem.
So for multiplayer, it's really sort of trying to get the weapons placed in the right locations on the map.
How do I get up there?
In multiplayer, the players are going to do something that you don't expect. So there's a big difference in how you can react with weapons.
You're looking at how you can sort of balance a power weapon on one side of a map versus a different side of a map.
This is actually really, really hard to balance out and make fun every time because the placement is random and so is the weaponry.
On Valhalla, the Spartan laser is placed right in the center of the map so that each team has an equal chance at getting out to the center where you're taking a lot of risk. And once you've got it, then you're really powerful. It's kind of a gamble, but the payoff is pretty big if you're successful.
It was really getting hard to add new weapons because balancing 40 weapons, you're going to feel like you have a weapon that is a clone of another. So the direction that we took is we added a new set of really, really powerful weapons that you don't really keep for a long time.
We've got an entirely new kind of weapon, the turret weapon, where you walk up to a turret and you yank it off its tripod and then you're walking around and you're doing third person.
We just limited the amount of ammunition in the turrets because they're really too powerful.
As new events happen throughout the level, your objectives are often changing, like when the Scarab comes in, for example. You know, it's pretty clear that you've now got a new barrier to being able to complete your overall objective of the mission. In Halo 3, the Scarab is super dangerous. You've got to be smart about how you approach fighting it.
The Scarab was in Halo 2, but it was very scripted.
The way it was actually implemented in the game was boring as hell.
The design was horrible. Like it looked like a basket, like a handle. I'm going shopping. It's horrible.
When you're fighting the Scarab in Halo 2, you had to kill the 2 guys that were driving it, and then you died in a cutscene. That was pretty cool, but it wasn't part of the sandbox. One of the first things we were looking at for Halo 3 was, let's give it an AI, let's let it move about the environment completely freely. Let's make it part of the sandbox.
So we want to make it as interactive as possible.
So not only is this thing trying to kill you and all of your allies, but it's almost its own encounter space. It's up to you to figure out exactly what you're going to do to take out that Scarab. If you don't figure it out, well, you're probably going to die.
The end of Halo 3 is the end of the entire trilogy, and we wanted to do something really awesome for the end.
Explosions!
Yes. Far. You were telling me half of that.
Drop it! Oh God, no, you're not gonna make it.
You want me to drive? No, I want you to fix it so that I won't die when I go full speed. What I was playing was the end in a very unpolished, very rough, very frustrating state.
You've got to build it, you got to play it, you're going to say, it's not good, let's try it again.
Every step of the way, you know, I'm going, is this fun? Is it exciting?
As we get toward the end of the project, we're just making smaller changes, tweaking how much damage something does.
We have to make sure that the doorways are the right size.
How's the cover playing out?
We're the ones that have to wire it all up and make it work and make it fun.
Just a little more sped up, I think.
And ultimately, you might have an encounter that plays great.
Jump off there. Jump off here. You should be able to land.
Oh, so close to making that jump. That's awesome.
Sometimes you stumble on it, sometimes you plan for it, but the most important thing is when you recognize it, that you covet it and that you keep it.
The shipping game is always an approximation of the perfect vision. I like not having to be the one who decides when I have to stop, because I would never stop if I had any choice. And then the game would slip and then we'd all get fired. And even then I wouldn't want to stop.
Every piece of artwork that you see in the game is built by a community of artists.
The dirt on the tires gets there because someone has to put it there. The scratch on the inner side of the fender because a rock might have jumped up and hit it.
Everything that moves in our game, the wheel on the Warthog rotating, the little antenna bouncing up and down like that, the shotgun spitting out a cartridge.
The walls and the light fixtures, smoke trails, dust effects, lightning, they flesh out the world, make it feel a lot more real.
The guys that have the biggest burden are the environment artists. They have to build essentially the entire world
One of the areas we were working on was a warehouse. When it was handed to me, it was a big box. It was a void. We worked to essentially design the overall look.
You have to create a world that a player just wants to get lost in.
These sweeping alien vistas, these giant foreigner spires and green rolling hills and blue skies.
It's a stylized realism.
What's important to this space? There's my exit, there are my places to get cover. That gives us a three-dimensional picture and we start building it.
We'll get the basic forms in, then we'll do a layer basic lighting, then we'll do a layer basic texturing.
The biggest challenge in front of us was how were we going to convert these assets from Halo 2 into this next-gen HD content.
I don't think there are any developers who are happy that it's a high-def world now. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just a pain in the ass for all of us.
You have to scale up. We need to have 4 times the size of textures, 4 times as much content, just to create the same experience that we had with Halo 1 and Halo 2.
It's a brand new console. What we found was more powerful engine, a lot more work for one artist.
Xbox 360, there's screaming for more detail, so we've got to provide it.
This is one of the things that's going to set apart Halo 3 from Halo 2, just the sheer number of tufts of weeds and grass to sort of help them blend into the ground and the terrain. I know that if there's one out of place, like when the game ships, every time I run by that in multiplayer, I'll see that one blade of grass and I'll be very upset, so I tend to get a little obsessive about it.
Art and design is like almost the exact opposite of each other. I'm always trying to add something that he wants to get rid of, or he's trying to add something that I want to get rid of.
First-person shooters are given a lot of bad publicity because this room's filled with crates.
We'll give him a beautiful environment, perfectly composed, lit, and then he goes, I'm just gonna put a few crates. Don't worry, just a few. Then you got purple crates, and you got the green crates. And then there's, oh, don't worry. These crates are only here temporarily. You're gonna turn them into something really cool, and then you find out so long as it stays exactly the same proportions as a crate.
Our combat rests heavily in the fact that we have a fair amount of cover.
The designer will grab the ugliest crate in the world and go, hey, this is a great place to fight around. And then the artist will come up and go, that's a box, like it's pretty ugly. Here's something cool.
The designer will come in and be like, this is gorgeous, but this is an absolutely awful space to fight bad guys in.
Tell them to drop everything and recraft this.
This space needs to be fun before it's pretty.
Art really likes rolling, beautiful hills and completely open environments, and we're like, what are you gonna do in there? We need to throw crates
Drive the
in.
warthog smoothly. That's
Yeah,
what we
but
do.
for infantry encounters.
Oh, my warthog fell over.
One of the things Halo is really known for is the vehicles. Our vehicles really eat into the dirt and bank into turns and have a lot of mass.
Jamie comes to me with an idea for a brute vehicle that was a little bit like a ride-along lawnmower.
It's called the chopper because it will literally chop you up.
Before starting work on the brute chopper, we discussed the brute.
Look, it has soiled itself.
The brutes are taking a lot more precedence in this game. To give the brutes more depth, they need to have a history too. And one of the ways to show a history is vehicles that they created.
So I look at the brutes, I try to imagine what their home world is like. Maybe they're from a place where they hammer ore and there's lava and magnetism. And I say, okay, well, how do I build a magnetized metallic lawnmower that's fun to drive and shoot people with?
I'm gonna take Travis's yellow and stick it on the chopper because I think it looks cooler with the tone of the metal. But the hover technologies, it's all Forerunner, Covenant, so it's all gonna be like a bluish purple.
You can think of the brutes as building their stuff like in a chop shop. They go in and just tear the crap out of old Forerunner technology.
To me, the brutes look like guys who ride Harleys. They just do. Large wheels, lots of metal, leather. Our concept artist put a canopy on it, but it started to pull away from what we needed gameplay-wise. We want this to be vulnerable as well as brutal. If there was a canopy behind the brute and the brute passed by you, you couldn't shoot him in the back of the head as he went by. You need balance. And the balance is from the front, don't mess with this. From the back, take it away. The complement to this is the Prowler that Travis Brady worked on.
The Prowler is sort of our brute equivalent to the Warthog. I wanted this to look really vicious from the front, sort of like an anglerfish. You see it's got a fin here. The pipes on the inside are like fish gills. If you've seen any Discovery Channel shows of these anglerfish, they're pretty brutal. They have this massive mouth that like swallows you up. It's got sharp blades, it's got teeth. This looks like something you wouldn't want to get in the front of.
If it burns, bleeds, splatters, drips, smokes, or blows up, I'm in charge of it. Every individual projectile needs to be detected against what type of material it impacts. When you shoot, you leave a decal, which is a small bitmap. If you shoot at the same spot enough times, the system has to be smart enough to say, oh, there's already a decal there, don't draw another one. It's a very complex system.
You got more pixels per screen, which means everything takes more time to create. In Halo 1, we only had one bone in the face, and that was the jaw, and so the jaw would just do this. Halo 3, we're looking at some characters that have over 30 bones, so now we can do some pretty full expressions.
Oh, come on. Impress me. Stop!
Character rigging 101, which is vertex weighting, and that's where you would assign the vertexes on this face mesh to the skeleton. You can grab the face flags and animate them around and get any kind of facial expression you want. Angry emotions on the eyes, slide them up on the mouth.
There's something about modeling someone that doesn't exist that never really translates as well as modeling someone who does exist. There's personality in your face that's just hard to invent. That's why we thought using our heads would be a good idea. There's a whole ton of people in the game. Michael Wu, Marcus, Damian. I've got a lot of asymmetry in my face, so I have to move the nose one way, the eyes the other, and make sure your self-esteem is in check when you start modeling your own head.
The bread and butter of animation is all about bringing emotion to the game. There's this little unsung rule, the 3-5-7 rule. Design is going to want characters striking other characters to be 3 frames long. So quick, responsive, great for gameplay. In 3 frames, that can be a pose from here to the hit, to back, and then to the neutral again. Animation would like 7 frames, get some more character into it. We could potentially have the character stare the other character down, cock his fist back for the first frame. Second frame, he gets even further. Third frame, he gets even further. And then he starts following through on the consecutive frames until he gets to that 7th frame and hits.
10 minutes later, I'm done with my beautiful expressive melee. That's not a game anymore, it's a movie, unfortunately.
Sometimes we have to edit our animations to cater to that, and sometimes we have to edit them a little too much, and it hurts.
Artists are fantastic bitchers.
Some of us are worse than others.
They hate the idea that their art has to be called done.
It's never done, never done.
You just run out of time.
Poor Lee has been doing storyboards for 2.5 years now on the same scenes and reiterating them.
Which idea would you like to keep? And I say, I want to keep all of them. And then when I do make a choice, they say, well, we were joking, there was no choice. We're taking all your ideas away.
There's this scene that's been my favorite scene right from the beginning, and it's truth is death, right? And the truth is kind of fighting, being floodified. The Arbiter's standing behind him and with his sword, and it comes right out of his chest, and we're looking at the front of truth. As a director, I'm really married to, and I really want this shot to happen, and we might have to sacrifice other things.
The artists are always going to take it absolutely as far as they can until some engineer comes over and starts throwing things at them and saying, no, you cannot do that.
We're throwing a lot of things at you, multiple characters, multiple vehicles, weapons.
More polys, denser textures, more detail in the textures.
Making sure that the smoke wisps in just the right way.
Artists tend to think broadly outside the box, whereas engineers dream more in black and white.
Artists conceive of something that goes far beyond what the possibilities are and then strive for that and see how close they can get.
It's all about trying to cram as much stuff in as he can.
Every now and then, it'll catch my eye still. Wow, I can't believe we were able to pull that off.
Games are nothing without suspension of disbelief, of you losing yourself in that environment.
They're creating fantasy world, but even fantasy world has some resemblance to real world.
If water looks like water and rocks look like rocks and explosions look like explosions, then you are engaged in the plot at a much more visceral level.
The way that the engineers and the artists work together is one of my favorite things about Bungie. You've got these insanely brilliant mathematical types that are really passionate about this new technology.
There have been a lot of ideas that have started from the engineering side, where an engineer said, hey, there's this technology I know how to use, or there's this thing I think I can do.
He definitely had a long-term vision about the graphics system. You know, he had some fundamental ideas early on that he thought were going to be really important.
Halo 2 had a water system that looks really good, but it has a lot of limitations. It's pretty convincing from a high angle, but when you're at eye level, the effects breaks down. We were not actually rendering water as geometry. In the beginning, we'll have to do a little bit of selling. We have to say, hey, look at this cool water.
It's going to be awesome. We're going to do weather, we're going to do water. And the artist then gets extremely excited.
The Halo 3 is based on a new platform of Xbox. So in the new generation, we make the water surface animated.
You can interact with it, you can throw things in the water, and it creates ripples, and it looks great.
Probably the most fun thing about the water is that the bodies float in it. So you can shoot people and watch them float downstream.
When we first began our endeavor with building interactive water for Halo 3, we had given examples of small pools of water, little streams, rivers, and that kind of thing.
We just freshly deliver the water, and then the water happened to have ocean waves on it.
What it turned out that we needed a lot more of was small creeks, babbling brooks, or rushing rivers.
Water's pretty tricky. My first attempt yesterday was pretty bad.
I think it's cool.
You think it's cool?
Yeah.
Well, then you can tell Marcus you think it's cool.
Marcus complaining about it.
Ocean waves in a stream? No, it doesn't work at all.
You want every creation you make to be beautiful, but with limited budgets, it's hard.
If you're trying to integrate some cool things into the game engine, you have a pretty limited budget.
You have to be really strategic with how you plan your assets that way.
So she will create a version of the water tool, and then we'll try it. There'll be some things that we want to use differently from an artistic perspective, and so we give them feedback.
Our water shader is pretty highly customizable. The artist can change the murkiness, and you also can change the color of the water. You can change the transparency and sharpness of the wave.
We also have ways for them to paint different parts of the water parameters.
And then the engineer looks at it and goes, oh, wow, I never thought you'd be doing something like that with my system. But that's so cool looking that I want to make a better system for you to do that.
And nobody knew what it was going to turn out like. And then when it came time for the beta, which is when it really came together, it was awesome.
Pretty soon that you see water shows up in every level. So basically means if you have something cool, they'll actually go out of their ways, making sure that the technology gets used in the right way. So we're more of a partnership than a competition, because everybody wants their level to look the best.
Halo, right from the start, has always been a game about shooting people and having them die. Every different type of gameplay interaction you need in Halo needs to be implemented specifically in the damage system.
Damage is kind of one of the base layers of communication between all of our objects in the game.
The damage system keeps track of all of the interactions where some input is damaging some object in the world.
So one thing that all the objects in the Halo world have is a bounding sphere, which is a simple representation by which we can intersect two objects. The red spheres are active objects, meaning they're actually running animations, so they're going to take up a little more performance. The blue spheres are things that aren't running animations but are updating, and then the yellow spheres are things that are completely inactive, and so they're passed over very quickly when the game's processing. So the bounding spheres are just a coarse way of figuring out what we're going to hit. To go further, you actually need to look at their collision models. This is a set of this green geometry. When we shoot this object here, it's on that green geometry that we spawn all the sparks, and it's what the projectiles actually hit. Through the damage system, we're actually permuting different parts of the object into more destroyed states. So you can see the tires coming off, you can see the chassis changing to more destroyed states.
You take a look at a vehicle like the Warthog, and it's tremendously complicated to set that up.
Fully loaded with a bunch of guys riding in it. That Warthog is made up of probably about 11 different objects.
So when that Warthog is smoking, it's taking a lot of damage, and finally a rocket comes in, and we detect, okay, the rocket has finally struck the Warthog. What needs to happen?
We look at all the different damage sections on the Warthog for hubcaps and tires and things like that. If any of them are particularly near the epicenter of the blast, then we're going to detach them and blow them off and accelerate them away. You just have this cloud of expanding objects that's now going to go flying through the air.
When you sort of trace it through the game, actually realize that the object system says, oh, well, you're actually going to destroy the vehicle that these guys are in. I need to eject them from the vehicle. Physics says, oh, well, these guys are dead. I'm going to start ragdolling them. AI is, making the guy scream, "Oh my God, we've just been killed."
It's the damage being passed from one object to another is the thing that makes these cascading relationships happen.
The relationship between the AI programmers and the mission designers is one of the key communication lines at Bungie.
I think the interaction between design and engineering is that design asks for the sky and engineering delivers the earth.
Because we're engineers, we are like really into doing things physically correct.
In a lot of ways, what rules everything is the simulation and sort of the coherence of the sandbox.
The sandbox is all of the characters, and weapons, and vehicles in the game, and how they interact with each other through damage and AI and the player control.
All of the entities that are running around this world have their own rules for how they move.
Everything reacts according to the laws of gravity. Things collide and they bounce off each other.
Jamie's just got tons and tons of different sort of knobs and dials when it comes to physics that he can tweak that can have dramatic changes on how the Warthog drives around in the environment.
The green rectangles are relative velocity, so that's how the tires know how much they're already slipping.
How much friction do you have when you're sliding? What happens when you land nose down on a jump? Can you save it?
The maximum speed that the Warthog can actually go at is a result of all kinds of really complicated sort of system interactions.
How much gravity is applied to that wheel? What's the behavior, on a 20% incline?
The gear ratios of the gears that the Warthog happens to be running in at the time.
These are sort of all the things that just go into getting one vehicle right.
The end result is you have a world that is extremely complicated, obeys lots and lots of rules, but you're able to take advantage of it and make plans and outwit it in a certain way.
Is it engineering's game, or is it art's game, or is it design in charge of everything?
I think it's a collective decisions.
Trying to manage everybody's different passions and keep everybody, happy and productive and working and passionate is hard.
I'm sure that Jamie will tell you that he owns the sandbox, and I'm sure that Damian and the engineers will probably tell you that they own the sandbox, but to me it's pretty clear that the people who own the sandbox are the people who buy the game, and the people who do the kinds of creative things within that sandbox that we could never have dreamed of.
Didn't damage you at all? It's total crap! Wow! I swing and nobody gets hit.
It's not consistent at all.
The grab hammer just really currently is not doing what it's supposed to do. The timing's totally wrong from the time that you press the trigger to the time it inflicts the damage.
Kale, your bug sucks.
Please fix your bug, Kale.
Probably the weirdest bug I've seen so far is one where you were able to get Master Chief's head stuck into the ceiling and his body would stretch down.
When two people would lunge at one another, there was a possibility for them to actually pass through one another.
Get a person positioned on a rock, and as you're lunging at them, if they drop off the back of the rock, you're going to have to go sailing about half a mile in the air.
It's really difficult to figure out all the different ways somebody is going to play our game.
People will play this in totally bizarre ways.
Kills with just the sword. They'll just want to go through the game by never using weapons. It really has to change the way that you think about testing the game.
Game testing is an incredibly tedious process. The main reason it's important to test Halo is we add this one new character or one new weapon. Everything we change has a potential to crash the game.
Ooh, face.
The testing of Xbox Live requires hours and hours of automation for our matchmaking. When you have over 100,000 simultaneous users playing your game, it's very complicated and requires lots and lots of boxes.
There's so many interconnections between code and content.
It is a system that whenever you go into it, if you're going to make changes, you'd better be damn sure what you're doing is not completely breaking things.
The key to Bungie's success is not some sort of magic. It's testers that keep the build stable to make sure that everything is as fun as it could be.
We're grunts. We kind of do the dirty work. We all get in about 6 o'clock. In the first 2 hours, we test just to make sure basic things like the level loads, that the player spawns into the level, we can run, jump, fire weapons, exit the game. That has to happen first thing in the morning because, like with the current test we're working on, it's 11,000 lines of test cases. And then the developers, they want to make sure that they have a functioning build that they can then work on that day.
We required the testers to shoot everything, run through everything, jump 15,000 times in the same place to see if it'll break the game.
These are the weapons that failed on the hull of the Wraith.
Wow, okay, let me change the model and make sure that's not an issue.
One of my niches is finding a hole in the world and that allows you to get outside the playable area. Each time they fix one, it may create another hole somewhere else because of the geometry. So it's this back and forth battle.
The test team swears they tried to jump from limb to limb in the tree and get on top of that rock, you know, and none of them could do it. And then the first day you see a movie on YouTube where somebody gets on top of the rock and gets outside the world.
Manual testing really is for stuff that we need visual verification. Somebody has to watch what's going on and check a box. It actually works the way that we intended.
So go ahead and do a full 8. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. So that one worked.
When you click campaign on the main menu, it takes you to the campaign UI screen.
When we're looking at player colors, I checked color 1, I checked color 2.
If you want to add something in single player, is this going to up multiplayer in any way?
The difference between multiplayer testing and single player testing is that in multiplayer, you've got a lot more variables that can be going on. You can't control.
You can have up to 16 machines in the same game, and there's going to be different network latency and lag.
A lot of times it's just a mistake where they'll transpose a number or leave a decimal point off.
One machine may think that one person's over here, and the other machine may think that the person is over there.
But all of a sudden, that bullet that should have struck you in your left earlobe, it actually grazes right by, and now the whole world has skewed and you've gone out of sync.
What?
We had a crash. We have designers who take a weapon like the shotgun or the sword and they get it to work perfectly on a single box. But then you put it in 2 boxes that are separated. One guy's playing in Maryland and one guy's playing in LA. And then all of a sudden, the designer goes, what the hell happened? This weapon's terrible. It doesn't work at all.
I'm going to invite the Japanese guys to our game now. Eigo hanashimasu ka? Ganbarimashou. What does it feel like to play US to Japan? Because none of us have done it yet. And Luke wrote all the networking code, so.
Anytime you change one line of code, you absolutely can end up in ways you wouldn't expect.
Every time you add a new kind of weapon, adding that sort of complexity can up other weapons.
They're seeing pings of in the 200s.
Changing a value on a weapon could break the way it reloads. Speeding the Warthog up by just a mile an hour at top speed could mean every time you go off a jump of over 5 meters, you die. If you don't test that jump, as soon as you ship the game, the world is screaming because they're dying every time you take the jump.
The way Bungie tests involves everyone. The artist is testing by running the game and adding new textures to it. Designers testing the game by adding a new vehicle or tweaking the Wraith. Marty, C. Paul, and Jay are testing the game by tweaking audio. It's people sitting at their desk doing work, testing our game.
The emphasis on tests definitely comes from the top.
The studio manager for Bungie right now is Harold Ryan, who was the test manager for Halo 1 and Halo 2.
You can never test enough. We have a dedicated test team in the studio that works on the project from the first day we start on it.
Here, it's a much more methodical, professional approach to testing.
A lot of times you'll find the testers know some of the systems better than the engineers do.
Harold understands exactly what tests can do, and he has high expectations.
Jamie is definitely a Padawan test manager. He has not yet earned his stripes.
Love my job. Yay, are you hiring? For the lifetime of Halo 3, we have like 30,000 bugs in the database, of which 27,000 of them are fixed, but still we have 3,000 bugs that are active in the database while we're adding hundreds of bugs per day from the test team, and it's only gonna go up.
It takes about 3 years of testing to test a game, about 20 days of which the game's actually tested outside of Bungie's building.
Microsoft has a group of people devoted to doing user research.
It's called usability testing. We actually run one participant at a time.
Now it's time to get out of here. Ooh, I think he's got me.
It's all about getting inside the player's head.
The whole user research team is a bunch of PhDs in psychology that sort of map out people's experience.
We're looking at how the user feels about this level or that level of that vehicle.
I like how smart these things are. It doesn't do the same thing over and over again.
There's a completely different experience for a designer actually watching other people play the game.
I think I need to go in that cave.
Okay. Everybody, nope. Being able to stand there with a notepad and just write things down is just totally invaluable.
Even though there's one-way glass in between us and them, you still have to be careful, because if you laugh too loud, it goes right through the glass, and then they can tell that you're laughing.
I want to welcome you guys for today's playtest session. We're not testing you guys, we're testing the game.
The other kind of testing that we do is called play testing, and that's where we try and get a broader sample. When you get 80% of the people with some type of problem, well, then you know you have more of an issue.
I take them very seriously, but our playtests are incredibly painful. I've seen people get stuck in one encounter for 10 minutes. You almost are apologizing. Dude, I'm so sorry. Oh, turn right, please, turn right now.
When we were playtesting the Halo 1 tutorial, we had people getting so frustrated that they just wanted to quit and go home. We had several people ask to stop playing, which is kind of embarrassing as the designer.
We get so much data from testing, not just what's broken and what's buggy, but we get a lot of data about what's fun and what's not fun.
Can the camera still?
You've been punked. There is no Halo 3.
Oh, no.
For Halo 3, we've basically instrumented the entire game. Almost immediately after a playtest, we'll get data that will tell us things that are going to frustrate or confuse or irritate a player.
Just kind of the 6 high-level things that we're collecting in playtest. The fun is up.
So we have a number of ways of representing the data, and the most significant one is to show it visually on a map. If it's a multiplayer level, showing all the spots where people die. If it's a single-player level, showing all the parts where people said they were frustrated.
If we're confused, you can actually click on a data point and it will load up a film of that person and how they died.
Yeah.
You want to maximize the amount of time the player's having fun.
It's really a difficult thing to do, to make it okay that you die a couple times, but not too many times.
We do a lot of playtests to make sure that everybody else is having fun, but really I only know that it's fun when I'm having fun.
As you're closing a game out, you go through the difficult process of having to decide what things you want to fix, that we call triage. Every time you fix a bug, you have the potential to create many more bugs.
Triage, or Joe calls it blood-sucking vampire whore.
It's like taking a hammer and hammering nails through your... Never mind.
Films are not displaying the multiplayer flashing name when using a headset.
Mislabeled territories on Valhalla. This is insane.
We just gotta power through it because it takes forever. We've already been up here an hour and a half and we just want to finish. And it makes us all good friends too.
We always leave these meetings wanting to kill each other.
Exactly. I like you though. I don't like that guy, but I like you.
A lot of times, design and test are sort of at loggerheads.
The artists and designers are never done. There's always one more thing that could tweak.
We just need to figure out how to get more reinforcements and more waves, add more cover.
You're just shoveling in content, and it's very difficult to keep it bug-free.
Sometimes new code slips in that we don't know about, and that causes me to be a little bit less smiley face. We're like, what? What are you guys doing? Why did you add this?
My job is to make the game more fun, whereas the test team looks at it, their job is to make sure the game is stable. If I'm completely happy, then it means we shouldn't have made the change because it was too risky. And if test is completely happy, then we probably aren't making enough changes. But if we're both sort of unhappy, that's usually the best state.
If the developer guys didn't put bugs in, we wouldn't have jobs. But luckily enough, the dev guys put a couple bugs in there, and I feel like I have the best job security of the bunch.
Once again, we take a lot of effort to make sure the game is stable, that the game is fun, and that at least 90% of the people out there, they'll have a good time playing it.
There are a couple of crashes that we won't be able to figure out that we'll blame on solar flares or space aliens.
As long as the game doesn't set your house on fire, all the imperfections, I'm perfectly fine with it going out the door.
You never want to let it go. You always want to iterate on it. But if we really believe it's not ready to go out the door, it won't go out the door.
I know you, your past, your future.
We really see audio as an incredibly important thing.
Everything that you hear or see is created by someone. Everything is designed very intentionally.
Halo without its sound is like trying to think of Halo without its graphics or Halo without its gameplay.
For us, audio is all the spoken words and music and sound effects that you hear.
It has to be enhancing the experience and the drama of every situation.
Destroy them, brothers!
You know, if you trick all your senses enough, you're really immersed into it.
then you're not just playing a game, you're playing an experience.
Audio design, they're always at the end of the pipeline.
I build all the different sounds, the rolling sound, and the grinding sound.
We have objects flying around.
The bullet impact sounds.
Shell casings falling.
And the hit sounds.
It'll also generate something based on the surface that it lands on as well. Level of detail is trying to make the sound realistic for the distance of where you're hearing the sound from. When you hear it from across the map, it's going to have much more of kind of a distant, muted crack to it than something than a big, beefy gunfire being fired next to me. It really sounds realistic. Sounds like the newsreels.
We decided, because he didn't want like just regular old gun foley for this brute spike rifle here. So we got these two kind of heavy metal pieces, a clamp and a military utility axe, and kind of whacked them together to make all the reload and ready sounds and stuff for this spike rifle.
You always need interesting sounds. I will hear sounds out in public or out in nature or whatever that just other people just don't even notice. It washes right over. About a year and a half ago, I was down in Ixtapa, Mexico. I swear these people sitting on the beach just thought I was insane because I had a pair of headphones on, got a stereo mic in my hand. I'm just running up and down the water, trying to get as much different water footstep sounds as possible.
Most of what we do is take all these different elements, mix it together until it sounds awesome.
I just start listening like a chef cooking in a kitchen. You have all these ingredients, you start throwing some stuff in, and it's like, maybe this spice will be good. Rob didn't just bang on a wok, he beat the living snot out of it. Ended up getting used as the Warthog hubcap.
I'm gonna make a recording of the hydraulic door here on my car. I have a Subaru hatchback, and I recorded my hatch opening to get some kind of a sound that kind of goes up in pitch, and then you can manipulate it to sound big. I've used that as part of like a door opening. I believe it's in waste at the moment. This is our trusty audio editor. All right, if I want it to be bigger, I can drop it down an octave or something.
When we went to go make sound for the Mongoose, I recorded a two-stroke Vespa that I own that has an aftermarket muffler on it, which just makes it obscenely obnoxious. Then we recorded Eric Arroyo's Fiero. 6-inch fat pipes on the back, 2 of them dual exhaust. As I jump in it, you can hear the growl of the two-stroke. Then you got this really growly, 4-stroke, huge sounding exhaust. And now it's the mixture of both of them.
We see the world from an audio standpoint. That's who we are.
Marty is king in the audio department. It's his gig, it's his engine.
Or, he pushes a coffee cup around the studio really well.
Yeah, I don't see work getting done here. What the heck is going on?
Marty.
Oh, do you need some makeup?
Wow. Marty's coming in here to give me a hard time.
Okay.
Whatever he says goes for the most part, and he's got the bigger, nicer studio.
He hasn't put the wet bar in there yet. We're always waiting for him to put the wet bar. For the three of us, it's a really nice relationship. I think part of it might be that all three of us are musicians. And I think that really helps.
I take music really, really seriously. I think music is a gift, and I don't take it lightly. Closing the door, putting my hands on the keyboard, as soon as I hear something I've played that is exciting to me, that makes me go, oh, that's a cool feeling. And then I'll start working in that direction. The important thing about interactive music is that it feels like it's scoring what you're doing. I want it to sort of sneak in. I can play with all these different pieces of music, combining them so they're overlapping and layering, and this will all eventually correspond to something significant that's happening in the game. So I have lots of different kinds of pieces of music. I have pieces that I call glue that are just kind of ambient, smushy sounding pieces like this. And then if I hit play on this next piece, it would correspond to a stinger, a little shaker sound. Then we can trigger our percussive piece. And then in the percussive piece, I can say, play an alt version, which means it's going to start to get a little bit more active. I'm going to hit stop, and we'll come to a nice natural out. And what's nice about all these things is every time I hit start or stop or alt or any of that stuff, it corresponds to something that could be happening in the game. If we have a significant moment and I say, so I just brought in the low strings, a trigger will happen, and then at some natural point in the music will do its transition or its ending or whatever it is. And I try to keep it as natural as I can.
You're perfect. Just keep on going.
When this is over, that hammer is going in someone's ass!
You want me to stick what?
Ouch!
He must have been real scared of me.
It's really dirty.
On Halo 3, it was really cool. We were able to record dialogue in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and Seattle.
Take 2, 020 LA secret base, take 2.
And you, shipmaster, just glassed half a continent. Maybe the flood isn't all I should be worried about.
There are always moments in the game, like once you cross the river, trigger this line of dialogue.
Objective in sight! Watch for heavy armor!
But it's not like it happens at the same time every time. So we have 3 categories of dialogue, essentially. We have cinematic dialogue, we have mission dialogue, and then we have combat dialogue.
More shooting would be better, thank you.
Oh, did I shoot you? I'm sorry. Don't stick a fork in me, sucker! I ain't done yet!
It's really important for me and Marty to get on the same page in terms of what those lines mean.
The combat dialogue is the thing that causes each AI character to seem like they're real. They'll respond in, you know, literally 1,000 different ways. And maybe they're funny.
Sin effin' sensational!
Or maybe they're scared.
I'm hit!
We have 35,000 lines of combat dialogue because we've lost our minds. And this is ridiculous. And we're trying to cover every possible situation.
This is my voice folder. It's an awful lot of stuff.
After the dialogue gets recorded, Jay has to go in and actually split them all up into individual files so the game knows to call them all separately. If the actor did multiple takes, he has to choose which take he wants.
We have 10 Marines, and one Marine actor has to get about 1,000 or 1,100 usable takes.
You got a real smart mouth on you, don't you? Kind of pretty, too.
And on the fly, the game code will go in and say, all right, he's attacking somebody with a gun, so say one of those things. Sergeant Johnson. So if he hears a foe, and he might say,
That's weapons fire. Somebody's shooting. He got cover. Bastard took cover.
He recorded 20 things. I'll select which one's the best and pull out the others. And those are triggered randomly. If he happens to say one that's particularly funny or kind of unique or whatever, we can assign a skip fraction to it that says, hey, you know, don't play this one so frequently.
My faithful, stand firm. Though our enemies crowd around us, we tread the blessed path. In a moment, I will light the rings, and all who believe shall be saved.
Cinematic dialogue takes place during the cutscenes or the vignettes.
Until we kill Truth, stop the rings from firing.
Once I get the actors and I cut all their takes up, first thing I do is I say, okay, all you actors, like, now start talking to each other. So I do that just simply so I can balance the quality and their volume.
Jay and Marty and C-Paul apply post-processing to the alien characters, stuff that makes them sound a little bit less human. They pitch the brutes down.
Anything else, or is that all?
Killing you is almost too easy.
They pitch the grunts up.
He's picking on me.
He's picking on me.
The sort of the robot little tinny voice on Guilty Spark.
A wise decision, given their predilection for destructive acquisition. A wise decision, given their predilection for destructive acquisition.
So we're right about 35,000 lines total that's triggered by the dialogue system. And then you multiply that times 10 languages. Luckily, those 10 languages go into the column of Graham's problem.
Yeah, Loc is one of the biggest jobs. French, Italian, German, Spanish, and we're doing, for Halo 3, we're doing a version of Spanish that is just for Europe, and then we're also doing a Latin American version of Spanish. And then Brazilian Portuguese, and Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. And we have to have ways of verifying that, one, it matches the English, and 2, that it actually gets put into the game and plays where it's supposed to. So this is the area where all of our localization testers sit. Chief, come to the back of the frigate.
What's this something special?
It's an innuendo. It's like, I got something special for you.
Jefe, ven al fondo de la fragata.
Jefe, ven para atrás de la fragata.
atrás da fragata.
프리게이트 뒤편으로 오세요.
我给你一个礼物。
특별한 것이 준비되어 있습니다. Tengo algo especial para ti.
In the end, we get as much stuff as we can in and get it sounding pretty stinging good, and then we bring Marty in and we play together.
When we're playing the game with each other and against each other, we're just making sure that each one of us can really listen now to what have we created from an audio standpoint, how does it work? See, this is really hard to get work done.
Jay, you need to put a fade out on the loop.
We can be talking to each other while we're playing, like, yeah, that's too loud, that's too soft.
Well, we'll keep struggling with it until we get it right. He can listen to something that for the first time and say, like, God, that sounds perfect, but maybe we should change this other thing.
Wait. All right, don't. I promise I won't shoot. Every once in a while, I can make sure that I kill somebody and they know who's still in charge. But then they kill me. I don't understand. The final mix is where lots of stuff finally comes together, and that's when we're really testing to see if the AI that's in the game is really making the right decisions.
There's thousands of sounds that could potentially play. It has to all mix together.
But for us, it's all about variation.
You have 10 footstep sounds instead of 1 footstep sound that you hear over and over again, because that's annoying. The engine randomly chooses.
We actually try to hook things up in as small pieces as possible because it's the interaction of all those pieces that makes real life. It's like having a mixer in a box. The audio engineer is sitting inside the Xbox and is going, oh, let's do this and that and the other thing, and mixing the volumes of the game on the fly as you go.
If a grenade goes off right next to you at the same time that a guy right next to you is talking, the audio system is making the decision about how loud to make one versus the other. It's a very, very complicated system.
We actually turn down all these different sound categories, different percentages.
You want it louder, though.
There's this smart mixer that's mixing the audio, and we just make sure that he's always making the right decisions.
You know, you could say, oh, this footstep isn't that important, right? But if you try to make every single thing you do as cool as you possibly can, then you put it all together and you've got something really cool.
Dialogue and Foley and music and the cinematics and the ambience and the level and the sound of the characters running around. I mean, all this stuff comes and adds up to, you know, to make a total audio experience that hopefully is really satisfying for the player.
When they look back on their experience, they should feel like their experience was scored, but they should never be aware of what they did to cause it to be scored. Okay, that sounds good. Thanks for doing that again. That was great.
Hello, my name is Chris Butcher, and I'm an engineering lead here at Bungie Studios.
We have a crack team of networking specialists here, whose sole job is making sure Halo 3 runs great on Xbox Live.
But you have to do your part, set up your home network right, because if that sucks, there's nothing we can do.
To show you how to set up your network, I took a field trip into the woods of western Washington State to the home of the Candlin family. Dave Candlin works at Bungie as a graphic designer, so I figured he'd have the perfect home setup. Dave said, great, we'll just be home relaxing with our 6 kids. Come by anytime.
Where's Riley?
As it turns out, Dave and Marcy are just as good at setting up a home network as they are at managing their kids. Hey Dave, so show me what you got.
So this is my office. Pretty cool, huh?
Like any good nerd, Dave's got a whole collection of computers connected to his home network. It sounds great, but what happens when the family wants to use the internet, and all Dave really wants to do is play some Halo?
Guys, how much longer are you gonna be? Guys.
Rule number 1. For the best Xbox Live experience, make sure you kick the rest of your family off your home network.
Somewhere to go.
Of course, it won't matter if your connection is too weak. Rule number 2. Get a good network connection. You need lots of bandwidth for playing games, both downstream and upstream bandwidth for receiving and sending data.
Some connections are great for browsing the web, but they have no bandwidth for sending data. That's bad for gaming. You can't shoot people when they're shooting you. So what's the best type of internet connection?
Fiber optic cable.
But?
It's kind of hard to find.
What else?
DSL.
Problem?
Kind of costs a lot, and they don't pay me that much at Bungie.
Go find someone who cares. What else?
Cable modem.
Which is what you have.
Right.
But what's the problem with that?
A lot of neighbors sharing the same cable company.
You said you were going to be off at 9 o'clock.
Right, Dave. Last option?
Dial-up, but you don't expect that to work, do you?
All I'm saying is we tested it, and it works.
But it isn't much fun.
So from best to worst, here are the choices. Fiber optic cable, DSL, cable modem, or dial-up. Of course, if you subscribe to a crappy internet service provider that goes down frequently, none of this will matter. Rule number 3. Make sure you choose an ISP with a decent service record and a good helpline. Of course, paying your bill on time also helps.
Hi, this is Helen. Can I help you? Hello?
Finally, the all-important question of your router. A lot of you have routers running your home networks, and if they aren't configured right, we can't help you.
You might be able to log on to Xbox Live, but you won't be able to hook up with all the people you want to. Rule number 4. Try to get a router which has the Xbox Live compatible or certified for Windows Vista logo.
If you can't find one, at least get one that supports Universal Plug and Play, or UPnP.
To test whether your router's working, go to your Xbox dashboard and select Test Xbox Live Connection. Rule number 5. You need your NAT type at the bottom to say open. If you have a wireless router, here's rule number 6. Make sure you don't put it near other appliances like computer monitors or cordless phones. Anything using the 2.4 GHz spectrum will interfere. Rule number 7 is about location. First of all, don't put your wireless router in a corner.
Keep it away from metal objects like filing cabinets. Oh, and while you're keeping your router away from certain things,
Here you go. Thank you. Okay, don't put it on the furniture, all right? Okay.
be careful what you put on it as well.
Dad, what you doing?
Oh, just checking email, sweetie.
Oh. Bye.
See ya.
A good place for it is up high on a bookcase. Yeah, it's good, Dave.
So here they are, 7 rules of home networking. Kick everyone else off, get the best network connection possible, choose a decent ISP, make sure you have a compatible router, make sure your NAT type reads open, observe the 2.4 GHz rule, and pick a good location for your router. If you follow all these rules, you'll have so much fun, you'll be coming up with new and creative ways to spend more time with your Xbox.
And you'll also be able to have an awesome time playing Halo 3 online with your family.
What? No, just Dave. Leave it here.
Just try not to have too much fun.
I said no more fighting.
Thanks, Dave, for showing us how not to set up your home network.
No worries, Chris.
I could have sworn Dave said he had 6 kids.
No animals or Candlin family members were harmed in the making of this video segment, although a few egos were bruised. Do not attempt to make a sophisticated high-end instructional video like this at home. The warnings and advice contained in this video are intended solely for the purpose of helping Halo fans to set up their home network. If you still don't have any fun at Halo 3, it's your own damn fault. If on the other hand you become totally and permanently addicted and suddenly find yourself without job, car, home, wife, kids, or any life whatsoever outside the Halo universe, that's pretty much what we intended. Don't accept candy from strangers, don't run with scissors, and don't forget to finish the fight.
.03 in the morning. We're the forearm team.
Did you write the bug?
Closing on bug number 25,000. I'd say we'd probably get it today.
It's just a stream of bugs. This morning I was up at 4 assigning bugs too. It never ends.
24/7. There's always someone here.
I usually get in between 6:30 and 7 and leave after, 7 or 8.
Time goes by pretty quick. I think it's about 6, 7 o'clock. I get a free breakfast when I show up early enough.
There's a lot of food consumed in this building. I would be really frightened to count the number of calories.
The day at Bungie starts with the obligatory
Run through security.
You have like 3 seconds to get to the door and actually open it before it relocks.
The warehouse.
Over there's the multiplayer engineering pod.
Where our genius, wildly talented programmers sit and make problems for artists, typically. Maybe not Luke Timmons.
All along the far back wall, we have environment art.
Hey, Marcus, how would you describe this pod?
This particular pod? Command Central.
Crunch is the period of game development when everyone on the team is there working late, trying to cram as much stuff in as he can.
There's not really that much pressure until you see the countdown clocks. It's kind of a doom clock.
The anxiety level's pretty high. I think I left it at 1:30 last night.
The pressure's on, but usually that's where people come out and do their best work.
I don't know.
I don't know what I'm doing today.
I don't either.
This used to be a Lowe's hardware store, I believe.
This building used to be True Value Hardware.
Or maybe it was a supermarket.
From what I know now, they do Halo in here.
There's a second floor, but it's only on the very back section of the building. It's actually, I think, above the bathrooms.
The bottom floor is for development. The people on the top floor kind of run the stuff that's kind of external to the development of the game.
The full-time employees don't want to be disturbed. Therefore, don't use the front door if you're not working near the front door.
The only people in the studio who actually have offices are the sound guys. That door that's open right over there is the door to Marty's famous ivory tower office.
When it says email or die, that means he's composing.
This is the bowels of Bungie. Several people believe that my main role is to push the coffee cup around the studio. This little tiny area here is artists that are doing multiplayer map design. They have plants, they have Chris Carney memorabilia.
Strangest thing about the building. It's got to be the no windows.
You have no idea what the weather's like outside.
It's cloudy.
It's a little bit like a bunker.
So everybody can hear everything you're saying all the time.
There's supposed to be this kind of unwritten rule that if somebody has their headphones on, that you don't come and tap them on the back and ask them a question, but I think it's an unwritten rule because nobody's really paying attention to it.
The acoustics are fantastic in here. I could hear somebody in test fart, and they're all the way on the other side of the building.
When over from there, there's the design pod with all the guys working on the single-player missions.
The design pit. It's really meaningless without these guys. Except Miller.
Whatever door.
It's actually kind of tough to tell what time it is.
Don't they do that in jails? They don't put clocks anywhere?
It's the building that just has this sort of casino-like atmosphere.
Las Vegas.
They make you walk past all these aisles so you could go to a computer and maybe sit down and do some work.
Good morning. Sucked.
Number 69 is lemongrass chicken. For Sean. Figure out who gets what.
It happens every crunch.
8, 10, 12 weeks, you haven't had a meal at home.
We can't live off of McDonald's every day. We started doing this because we were doing crunch, and we're like, yeah, everybody starts eating the free food.
He's the reason why we have the weigh-in. He was a biscuit away.
Estimated body fat, and estimated lean body weight.
I've weighed myself for years.
Yeah, that's all
Or do you go to the
matters
bathroom, take a massive dump, you're like, this will compensate.
Sometimes that saves 2 pounds. Who knows?
People in the neighborhood that's just looky-loos, want to know what's going on. Occasionally, they walk by and they open the door, and they can see this figure here, and it just looks like a place they want to see what's inside, So they try to trick me, and so far, I've caught all of them.
Harold is the studio manager.
Harold Ryan is my boss.
He sits there. Harold actually has the smallest desk in the company.
This is where we go whenever we need help with the light mapper. How's the light mapper doing today?
Excellent.
Hey, Luis, how's the light mapper doing today?
Not too well.
See, it's the...
This is sort of the central pod of test right here. There's Jamie Evans, our test lead, hard at work, as usual.
Hey, rumor has it there's a tester here with a tattoo.
Yeah?
Can we see it? Exciting, wasn't it?
I think I can count the number of women that work on Bungie on one hand.
There's women here?
There's a few. Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
The interesting thing about our fax machine is it doesn't actually receive faxes. So it's just kind of this little quirky thing in the system that is just insanely inefficient.
There's 3 bathrooms.
2 here, and then there's
one up at the front, which is sort of for guests, and it's in the safe zone.
And then there's one upstairs that they just put in.
One out of every 3 times I go to the bathroom, I actually have to wait in line.
One bathroom for 200 guys.
2 or 3 stalls for the guys, and I don't know how many stalls. How many stalls are there for the
There's
girls?
equal numbered.
Really? How do you know that?
Another for 3 women.
And I've spent my entire life waiting in lines.
How crazy is that?
Well, have you been outside when people are dropping the deuce?
No.
Like we hacky sack outside, and you can smell every scent. It's like this huge gust of. I'm not kidding you. You can't get on your skin. Feel that. Feel that.
No, I'm not touching that. Just like I'm not going to touch your hacky sack from now on.
When you're really in the thick of crunch, you start having dreams about work.
You're in here for 20 hours a day, and you're not seeing your family. And those are the things, I think, that give you the battle scars.
Okay, so that's Damiani's.
11 hours, either free breakfast or free dinner, but not both.
There's actually a false floor. There's all the network cables that run underneath that.
How many miles of wire in the building?
Millions of miles of network cables.
So 175 ports times 12 cables each.
That's probably too high.
Divided by 5280 for miles. That's 49.7 miles of cable.
It's 50 miles.
Moving all of the testers from over there to over here so that we're next to Jamie.
That's right. Everybody closer, better communication.
It's Jamie's master plan.
We're like an organic...
Yes, we really seaweed.
Some of the people that come in tomorrow, they're going to be in for a pretty big surprise. Those guys kind of knew that they were moving. This guy, I don't think knew.
We're a floating island of madness.
I don't know what it's like actually under the false floor. They say that people who crunched a little too hard, you might find some of them down there.
Crunch is the seed of divorce.
Nothing got done today.
I've been fixing a single bug all day, and it still isn't fixed.
It is the seed of stress headaches.
It's a really big mess. This is just busted.
Crunch is also incredibly fun.
Sweet. Yes.
Ice cream?
Ice cream.
Delivered just for you.
Wow.
Mike Jack? Oh, come on, you need another one. You can't eat just one.
I already had 2.
I think everybody wants to work in a place where they're friends and where they enjoy coming to work and they do things that are, that are cool.
Oh, it's only 10:30. Wait till midnight or so. That's when it gets nuts.
This is what matters, guys. Yes, there's a lot of playing around, but this is what matters. Today, this is today, and this is content complete.
This was from a housewarming party for Mike Zach. Dave wore these green underwear. I ended up with them at the end of the party. Washed them, of course, and then brought them back.
Hey, Kiss, how you doing today?
Hey, good evening, sir. Here's the keys.
Thank you.
Crunch is when everyone is pretty much sleeping here.
Sometimes brushing your teeth, the good ideas don't come, but the harsh realities come.
Oh, 1 in the morning. Wow, it's already Friday.
Making sure that people take baths and stuff like that because we're in close proximity.
You know, I don't actually know a whole lot about the shaft, but we had to do an SDK upgrade, and so I was here till 2:30, so somebody gave me the shaft.
It is the middle of the night, and we're going to be playing the beta with a group of guys in Japan. Ganbarimashou. Good night, Green Johnny. How did that feel for you?
It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and I have been here working almost overnight.
Good morning, John. Good morning. How you doing? Good. I've went home and come back and they didn't even go home 24, 28 hours a shift. Thanks, sir.
Actually, I take half-hour break, close my eyes for 20 minutes.
So hey, take care. Have a good day, Drum. Have a good shift.
Yeah, I think it might take me half hour or 1 hour more. After I solve that, I will be super happy. I will tell you, I think I fixed that problem.
Yeah, so the thing with pulling an all-nighter is you get the good parking spot the next day.
Morning, Phil. Good morning, gentlemen. Morning, Phil. Back at it again?
Back at it.
Back at it. All right, have a good morning. You too.
Listen up, recruit. If you already set up your resolution, press A to move on. If not, we need to get your screen set up, because we don't want sloppy equipment messing up our mission. So follow me. First step, soldier, is identification. If you have a high-definition TV, we need to make sure it is selected. This little contraption on the back of your console should be flipped to HD TV if you got it, or TV if you don't. In a minute, you might need to push the guide, but not now, soldier. Just pay attention to the instructions. From the guide, you'll need to push Y to go to the Xbox dashboard. When you're there, go to the System blade, Console Settings, then select Display. Choose a screen resolution to match whatever the best resolution your TV supports. So here's what the system tells us your settings are. If this doesn't look right, go back to the dashboard to change it. We got work to do. If you know your resolution is fine, we can move right along to the next step. Now, look at these Covenant bastards and make sure their shields look like a perfect circle. Not shaped like an oval or an egg, but a perfect circle. We're checking your aspect ratio. What's an aspect ratio? It's the shape and proportion of your screen, fool. If you got a true circle already, then you're good to go. Now that your resolution is set, you need to grab the remote for your display and find the picture controls. That's where you can mess with your contrast, brightness, sharpness, and color. Then you're going to pick up your controller and select A for the first calibration test. Go to the brightness control on your monitor remote. Now I want you to turn your brightness all the way down until you can't see the insignia. Just do it. That's an order. Then gradually turn it back up until you can just see the UNSC insignia. We had to scare these grunts pretty bad so we can complete this next test. Grab your remote again and look for your set's contrast. Turn the contrast up so you can't see the grunts. And don't leave this up for any length of time or it could damage your display. Now gradually turn down the contrast till they just reappear. Got it? Good. This pole behind them should not be bent. If it is bent, the contrast is too high. Lower it, or the white gets too bright, or what we call blooming. All good. You got some talent for taking orders. Now, if you got that blue filter, look at your screen through it and adjust your color or saturation control until the pretty lady appears to be a single smooth blue color. Color saturation is different on every screen, so don't expect any help from me. Experiment. Use your initiative. She needs to be a nice, solid blue color. When you're satisfied, move on to the next test. She still needs a bit more work to get her looking her best. Now use that same filter and adjust the tint control until she looks her smooth, blue, absolute best. Now listen up, soldier. We're changing sharpness. Look in your sets menu and see if you have a sharpness control. If you do, you're going to adjust the sharpness so the chief looks right. You want to make sure the edges of his armor are clean and crisp, not gritty and fuzzy. Get him, move on. You're almost done. Just a quick check of your audio setup. We're gonna make sure your surround sound is copacetic.
Welcome to the DVD surround sound test. Speaker on that side. Speaker on that side. Speaker behind you over there. Speaker behind you over there. Center speaker! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 1
Ain't it glorious? Now we're gonna spend some quality time looking at how nice we got you set up. Now get back to the war, soldier. Johnson out.
Cortana, all I need to know is, did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that.
We made a blind jump. How did they...
Get here first? The Covenant ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed my maneuvering options were limited.
We were running dark, yes?
Until we decelerated, no one could have missed the hole we tore in subspace. They were waiting for us on the far side of the planet.
So, where do we stand?
Our fighters are mopping up the last of their recon picket now, nothing serious. But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS-class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group. And in about 90 seconds, they'll be all over us.
Well, that's it then. Bring the ship back up to Combat Alert Alpha. I want everyone at their station.
Everyone, sir?
Everyone. And Cortana. Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
Attention, all combat personnel. Please report to your action station. Fifth platoon, secure airlocks on deck 11. 14th platoon, rendezvous with 22nd Tactical at Bullhead, Charlie 14.
You heard the lady. Move like you got a purpose.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Man, we let those dumb bugs out to the middle of nowhere to keep from getting their filthy claws on Earth. But we stumbled onto something they're so hot for that they're scrambling over each other to get it. Well, I don't care if it's God's own anti-son of a bitch machine or a giant hula hoop. We're not gonna let them have it. What we will let them have is a belly full of lead and a pool of their own blood to drown in. Am I right, Marines? Sir, yes, sir. Damn right I am. Now move it out. Double time.
Attention all personnel. We are re-engaging the enemy. External and internal contact imminent.
All you greenhorns who wanted to see Covenant up close, this is gonna be your lucky day.
Sir? Right. Let's thaw him out.
Okay. Bringing low-level systems online. Cracking the case in 30 seconds. He's hot! Blowing the pins in 5!
Come on, we've got to get the hell out of here!
Captain Keyes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well. Cortana did her best, but we never really had a chance.
A dozen Covenant superior battleships against a single Halcyon-class cruiser. With those odds, I'm content with 3. Make that 4 kills. Sleep well?
No thanks to your driving, yes.
So you did miss me.
Report!
It must have been one of their boarding parties. I'd guess an antimatter charge.
Ma'am! Fire control for the main cannon is offline!
Captain, the cannon was my last offensive option.
All right, then. I'm initiating Cole Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a matter of speaking. The object we found, I'm gonna try and land the Autumn on it.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead heroes.
I appreciate your concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. Protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable, and that means you're leaving ship. Lock in a selection of emergency landing zones, upload them to my neural lace, and then sort yourself for a hot transfer.
Aye, aye, sir.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons research. Earth.
I understand.
The Autumn will continue evasive maneuvers until you initiate a landing sequence. Not that you'll listen, but I'd suggest letting my subroutines handle the final approach.
Excellent work, Cortana. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yank me.
Good luck, Master Chief.
Your architecture isn't much different from the Autumn's.
Don't get any funny ideas.
I don't keep it loaded, son. You'll have to find ammo as you go.
Now would be a very good time to leave.
Punch it.
Aye, sir. We're disengaged, going for minimum safe distance.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir? I don't want to die out here.
Look!
What is that thing, Lieutenant?
Hell if I know. We're landing on it.
You're on him! She's been hit!
I knew it! The Autumn's accelerating. Keyes is going in manual.
Heads up, everyone. This is it. We're entering the ring's atmosphere in 5.
Sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
We'll be fine.
If I still had fingers, they'd be crossed.
We're coming in too fast. Damn! Air brake failure. They blew too early. I'm losing her. Brace for impact!
Chief? Chief, can you hear me? At last. Are you all right? Can you move?
Foehammer, we need transportation to the command shuttle. I'm on my way.
Look, more lifeboats. They're coming in fast. If those lifeboats make it down, the Covenant are going to be right on top of them.
Foehammer, we need you to disengage your Warthog. The Master Chief and I are going to see if we can save some soldiers. Roger, Cortana. The Master Chief and I need some backup. Can you spare a few men?
All right, ladies. Volunteers step up on the double.
Let's go!
This cave is not a natural formation. Someone built it, so it must lead somewhere. There's our ride. Get aboard and let's get out of here.
Welcome aboard, Master Chief. Ready for dust off. We should move out, Lieutenant, and then we'll need your help on a rescue mission. The enemy has captured Captain Keyes and are holding him aboard one of their cruisers, the Truth and Reconciliation. The ship is currently holding position approximately 300 meters above the other end of this plateau.
So how do we get inside the ship if it's in the air? The Corps issued me a rifle, not wings.
There's a gravity lift that ferries troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. That's our ticket in.
Once we get inside the ship, I should be able to lock on to the tracking signal from Captain Keyes' neural implants.
Hit 'em, Marines! Go, go, go! The Corps ain't paying us by the hour!
Stick to the higher ground to the right. We should be able to recon the Covenant position without being spotted. I've detected Covenant stationary guns near the next pass. I recommend using your sniper rifle to take out the gunners while I call for Marine support.
Get ready to move in to support us, Sergeant. The Master Chief is going to covertly take out as many of the Covenant as he can. Don't open fire until you hear the enemy return fire on us. That should let us keep the element of surprise.
Marines, prepare for boarding action! Yes, sir!
Once we're inside the ship, I can home in on the Captain's command neural interface. He'll probably be in or near the ship's brig, which should narrow our search.
We're in. I've got a good lock on the Captain's CNI transponder. No Covenant defenses detected.
What? There's no Covenant here. Think maybe nobody's home.
Look, Mach 5.
Oh! Contact! Lots of contact! No Covenant. You had to open your mouth.
Coming here was reckless. You two know better than this. Thanks. Marines, lock and load your weapons. Let's be ready to move.
Okay, yes, sir.
While the Covenant had us locked up in here, I overheard the guards talking about this ring world. They call it Halo.
One moment, sir. Accessing the Covenant BattleNet. According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. If I'm analyzing this correctly, they believe that Halo is some kind of weapon, one with vast, unimaginable power.
That's true. The Covenant kept saying that whoever controls Halo controls the fate of the universe.
Now I see. I have intercepted a number of messages about a Covenant search team scouting for a control room. I thought they were looking for the bridge of a cruiser that I damaged during the battle above the ring. But they must be looking for Halo's control room.
That's bad news. If Halo is a weapon, and the Covenant gain control of it, they'll use it against us and wipe out the entire human race. Chief, Cortana, I have a new mission for you. We need to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room. Marines, let's move!
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Chief, you have the point.
We should head back to the shuttle bay and call for evac.
That's it. The dropship is loose.
Everybody, mount up. Let's get on board.
Give me a minute to interface with the ship's controls.
No need. I'll take this bird out myself.
Captain! Hunters!
Hang on.
Nice one, sir.
Time for a little payback.
The Covenant believe that what they call the silent cartographer is somewhere under this island. The cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center. The island has multiple structures and installations. One of them contains the map room.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut out swinging. Touchdown! Hit it, Marines!
Go, go, go! Cover fire!
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system. Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft. There. That holo panel should activate the map. Analyzing. Halo's control center is located there. That structure appears to be some sort of temple or shrine, if I've interpreted this correctly. Interesting. A shrine is an unlikely place to put such a significant installation.
Cortana to Captain Keyes. Let's get moving. Foehammer, here are coordinates and a flight plan I've worked up. Cortana, these coordinates are underground. The Covenant did a thorough seismic scan, and my analysis shows that Halo is honeycombed with deep tunnels, which circle the whole ring. I hope your analysis is on the money, Cortana. This Pelican won't turn on a dime. Look on the bright side, Foehammer. The last thing the Covenant will expect is an aerial insertion from underground. This is as far as I can go. Roger that. We'll be able to find our way to the control center from here. Good luck. Foehammer out.
This is it. Halo's control center. That terminal, try there.
You all right?
Never been better. You can't imagine the wealth of information. The knowledge, so much, so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo, how do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else. Something much more important. The Covenant were right. This ring, it's Forerunner. Give me a second to access. Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to... Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something, buried in this ring, something horrible, and now they're afraid.
Something buried? Where?
The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys? What
The
are we...
weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here, find Keys, stop him. Before it's too late!
The last transmission from the captain's dropship was from this area. That was over 12 hours ago. When you locate Captain Keyes, radio in, and I'll come pick you up.
one of those things! I'll blow your brains out! Get away from me! Ah! Ah! Don't touch me, you freaks! I won't be like you, I'll die first! Find your own hiding place, the monsters are everywhere! Play dead! That's what I did. Play dead. They took the live ones. Oh God, I can still hear them. Monsters! Ah! 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 Just leave me alone! Mendoza, Mercedes. Oh God, the things took them. They're gone! Get it? Gone! They won't get me! Oh God! Oh God, I don't want to be like this, please. Please, no. Man, no.
Why do we always have to listen to this old stuff, Sarge?
Watch your mouth, son. This stuff is your history. It should remind you grunts what we're fighting to protect.
Hey, if the Covenant want to wipe out this particular part of my history, that's fine by me.
Yeah, better it than us.
You ask them real nice next time you see them, Vicente. I'm sure they'll be happy to oblige.
LZ looks clear. I'm bringing us down.
Go, go, go! Stay close, Jenkins. Mendoza, move it up! Wait here for the captain and his squad, then get your ass inside.
Sir!
Okay, let's move!
Which is weird, right? I mean, look at it. Something scrambled the insides.
What's that? Plasma scoring?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there was an accident, you know, friendly fire or something?
What do we have, Sergeant?
Looks like a Covenant patrol. Badass elite units. All KIA.
Real pretty. Friend of yours?
Nah, we just met.
Right, well, let's get this door open.
I'll try, sir. But it looks like these Covenant worked pretty hard to lock it down.
Just do it, son.
Yes, sir. I got a bad feeling about this.
Boy, you always got a bad feeling about
Captain, Sarge, can you hear me?
What's going on, soldier?
We've got contact, lots of them, but they're not Covenant. They're just tearing through us. What the? Oh no!
Corporal, do you copy? Over. Mendoza, get your ass back up to second squad's position and find out what the hell is going on. But I don't have time for your lip, soldier. I gave you an order.
Sarge, listen.
What is that? Where's that coming from, Mendoza?
I don't... There! Mira!
Hold still! Hold still! Let him have it! Ah! Sergeant, we're surrounded. God damn it, Jenkins! Fire your weapons!
There are too many, Sarge!
Don't even think about it, Marine.
Oh, this is local!
Jenkins!
Greetings. I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark. Someone has released the flood. My function is to prevent it from leaving this installation, but I require your assistance. Come, this way.
Chief, I've lost your signal! Where'd you go? Chief! Chief!
We must collect the index before we can activate the installation. Oh, hello. Please, control your temper. We have much more important business here. That is completely unnecessary. The energy barrier surrounding the index will deactivate when we reach the ground floor. retrieve the index. Protocol requires that I take possession of the index for transport. Your organic form renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the Flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. The Flood is spreading. We must hurry. Which means that any organism with sufficient mass and cognitive capability is a potential vector. Is something wrong?
No, nothing.
Splendid, shall we? That's a good idea. Unfortunately, my usefulness to this particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the chroma. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer. Hog, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
Cortana.
I've spent the last 12 hours cooped up in here watching you toady about, helping that thing get set to slit our throats.
Hold on now. He's a friend.
Oh, I didn't realize. He's your pal, is he? Your chum? Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
Yes. Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the Flood, which is why we brought the index to the control center.
You mean this?
A construct in the core? That is absolutely unacceptable.
Sod off!
Why, you blackness! I shall purge you at once.
You sure that's a good idea?
How dare you? Oh!
Do what? I have the index. You can just float and sputter.
Enough! The Flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it? Halo doesn't kill Flood. It kills their food. Humans, Covenant, whatever. We're all equally edible. The only way to stop the Flood is to starve them to death. And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me? Ask him.
Is it true?
More or less. Technically, this installation's pulse has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life. Or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the Flood. But you already knew that. I mean, how couldn't you?
Left out that little detail, did he?
We have followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter. You were with me each step of the way as we managed this crisis.
Chief, I'm picking up movement.
Why would you hesitate to do what you've already done?
We need to go. Right now.
Last time you asked me, if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your query, my answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the ring.
Get us out of here.
If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another. Still, I must have the index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take her from you.
That's not going to happen.
So be it. Save his head. Dispose of the rest.
Look out! Final target neutralized. Let's get out of here.
Let's find a ride and get to the captain.
No, that'll take too long.
You have a better idea?
There's a teleportation grid that runs throughout Halo. That's how the monitor moves about so quickly. I learned how to tap into the grid when I was in the control center. Unfortunately, each jump requires a rather consequential expenditure of energy.
Something tells me I'm not gonna like this.
But I'm pretty sure I can pull it from your suit without permanently damaging your shields. Needless to say, I think we should only try this once.
Do it.
The Covenant network is absolute chaos. From what I've been able to piece together, their leadership ordered all ships to abandon Halo when they found the Flood, but they were too late. The Flood overwhelmed this cruiser and disabled it. The Covenant are terrified the Flood will repair the ship and use it to escape from Halo. They've sent in a strike team to neutralize the Flood and repair the ship for immediate departure. I've got a good lock on Captain Key's CNI transponder signal. He's alive, and the implants are intact. There's some interference from the cruiser's damaged reactor. I'll bring us in as close as I can. Oh, I see. The coordinate data needs to be... Right. Sorry. Captain? Captain? I've lost him. Analyzing damage. This hole was caused by some kind of explosive. Very powerful if it tore through the ship's hull. All I detect down there are pools of coolant. We should continue our search somewhere else. Jump into the coolant is looking better all the time, Chief. Should be able to get into the ship's control room from here. No human life signs detected. The captain... He's one of them. We can't let the Flood get off this ring. You know what he'd expect. What he'd want us to do. It's done. I have the code. We should go. We need to get back to the Pillar of Autumn. Let's go back to the shuttle bay and find a ride.
So hold.
We're not gonna make it!
We'll make it.
Pull up! Pull up! You did that on purpose, didn't you? I leave home for a few days and look what happens. This won't take long. There. That should give us enough time to make it to a lifeboat and put some distance between ourselves and Halo before the detonation.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, really.
Oh, hell.
Ridiculous! That you would imbue a warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge? Weren't you worried it might be captured? Or destroyed?
He's in my data arrays, a local tab.
You can't imagine how exciting this is! To have a record of all of our lost time! Human history, is it? Fascinating. Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of its categorization! To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record. I am shocked. Almost too shocked for words.
He stopped the self-destruct sequence.
Why do you continue to fight us, Reclaimer? You cannot win! Give us the construct, and I will endeavor to make your death relatively painless and...
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor... He's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine shields?
Not much. A well-placed grenade, perhaps, but why... Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, Sentinels! Chief, up ahead there's a gap in the trench. At top speed, we should be able to clear it. Shut them down. We'll need them later. Fancy a look?
Did anyone else make it?
Scanning. Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left. We did what we had to do for Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice. Halo, it's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
was only one ship.
One? Are you sure?
Yes. They called it the Pillar of Autumn.
Why was it not destroyed with the rest of their fleet?
It fled as we set fire to their planet. But I followed with all the ships in my command.
When you first saw Halo, were you blinded by its majesty?
Blinded?
Paralyzed? Dumbstruck?
No.
Yet the humans were able to evade your ships, land on the sacred ring, and desecrate it with their filthy footsteps.
Noble Hierarchs, surely you understand that once the parasite attacked...
There will be order in this council.
You were right to focus your attention on the Flood. But this demon, this Master Chief...
By the time I learned the demon's intent, there was nothing I could do.
Noble Prophet of Truth, this has gone on long enough. Make an example of this bungler. The Council demands it.
You are one of our most treasured instruments. Long have you led your fleet with honor and distinction. But your inability to safeguard Halo was a colossal failure.
Nay, it was heresy.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
No, you will not. Soon the great journey shall begin. But when it does, the weight of your heresy will stay your feet, and you shall be left behind.
The plating was about to fail. There's viscosity throughout the gel layer. Optics, totally fried. And let's not even talk about the power supply. You know how expensive this gear is, son?
Tell that to the Covenant.
Well, I guess it was all obsolete anyway. Your new suit's a Mark 6. Just came up from Songnam this morning. Try and take it easy until you get used to the upgrades.
That, or he can hide behind me.
His armor's working fine, Johnson, so shut your chilly hole. You're free to go, son. Just remember, take things slow.
Don't worry, I'll hold his hand.
So, Johnson, when you gonna tell me how you made it back home in one piece?
Sorry, Guns. It's classified.
My ass! Well, you can forget about those adjustments to your A2 scope, and you're sure...
Well, he's in a particularly fine mood. Maybe Lord Hood didn't give him an invitation. Earth. Haven't seen it in years. When I shipped out for basic, the orbital defense grid was all theory and politics. Now look, the Cairo is just one of 300 geosync platforms. That Mac gun can put a round clean through a Covenant capital ship. Coordinated fire from the Athens and the Malta, nothing's getting past this battle cluster in one piece. Ships have been arriving all morning. Nobody's saying much, but I'll bet something big's about to happen.
You told me there wouldn't be any cameras.
And you told me you were gonna wear something nice. Folks need heroes, Chief, to give them hope. So smile, would you? Well, we still got something to smile about.
Drawn quite a crowd. If they came to hear me beg, they will be disappointed. Are you sure?
Gentlemen, we're lucky to have you back. Go ahead, Cortana.
Another whisper, sir, near Io. We have probes en route.
I apologize, but we're going to have to make this quick.
You look nice.
Thank you.
Sergeant Major, the Colonial Cross is awarded for acts of singular daring and devotion. For a soldier of the United Earth Space Corps.
There can be no greater heresy. Let him be an example for all who would break our covenant.
Commander Miranda Keyes, your father's actions were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service. His bravery in the face of impossible odds reflects great credit upon himself and the UNSC. The Navy has lost one of its best.
Slip space ruptures directly off our battle cluster.
Show me.
15 Covenant capital ships holding position just outside the kill zone.
This is Fleet Admiral Harper. We are engaging the enemy.
Negative, Admiral. Form a defensive perimeter around the cluster. Commander, get to your ship. Link up with the fleet.
Yes, sir.
You have the Mac gun, Cortana. As soon as they come in range, open up.
Gladly.
Something's not right. The fleet that destroyed Reach was 50 times this size.
Sir, additional contacts. Boarding craft and lots of them.
They're going to try to take our Mac guns offline. Give their capital ships a straight shot at Earth. Master Chief, defend this station.
Yes, sir. I need a weapon.
Right this way.
Alert! Boarders inbound.
How's it going, Malta? Stand by. They're latched. Check your targets, watch the crossfire. They're in standard formation. Little bastards up front, big ones in back. Good luck, Cairo.
Field of fire on that bulkhead. As soon as that door opens, let them have it.
Hey, check it out. The Malta's already driven up its boarders.
Malta, what is your status? Over.
I don't believe it! They're retreating! We won!
This is bad. Real bad.
Cortana, assessment.
That explosion came from inside the asset. Same as the Malta. The Covenant must have brought something with them. A bomb.
Then they sure as hell brought one here. Chief, find it.
I was almost on board when they showed up.
Don't worry, ma'am. We're on it.
Thanks, Chief. I owe you one.
Come on, Chief, this way.
The first carrier completely ignored us, sir. Blew through the Malta's debris field and headed straight for Earth.
Me, inside your head, now.
How much time was left?
You don't want to know.
Cairo, this is an Ember class. The carrier shield is down. I'm in position and ready for immediate assault.
Negative, Commander. Not against a ship that size. Not on your own.
Sir, permission to leave the station.
For what purpose, Master Chief?
To give the Covenant back their bomb.
Permission granted.
I know what you're thinking, and it's crazy.
So, stay here.
Unfortunately for us both, I like crazy. Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
For a brick, he flew pretty good.
Chief, get inside. Gear up. We're taking this fight to the surface.
The message just repeats. Regret, regret, regret.
Catchy. Any idea what it means?
Dear humanity, we regret being alien bastards. We regret coming to Earth. And we most definitely regret the Corps just blew up our raggedy-ass fleet! Hoorah!
Regret is a name, Sergeant. The name of one of the Covenant's religious leaders, a prophet. He's on that carrier, and he's calling for help.
Immediate. Grid Kilo 2-3 is hot. Recommend mission abort.
Roger, Recon.
It's your call, Sarge.
We're going in. Get tactical, Marines!
Master Chief, get aboard that carrier. Secure the Prophet of Regret. This is the only place on Earth the Covenant decided to land. That Prophet is going to tell us why.
30 seconds out. Stand by to...
Whoa.
Hey, wake up.
Shake it off, Marines! Clear the crash site. Go, go, go! I don't want to kill you. You're too ugly to let live.
That was him, not me.
If they didn't know we're here before, they do now. Buggers, heading over the rooftops.
My girl's a little big for that courtyard, Sergeant. I see a good LZ on the other side of these buildings. Meet you there. Over.
Copy that. Someone get a satchel on the gate.
Hunters.
Stand back, Marine. Let the chief show you how it's done. We can keep it up.
Second squad, this is Cortana. What is your status? Over.
We're operational, ma'am. Barely. Our pilots didn't make it.
Find a hole. Stay put. We'll come to you.
Find point that somewhere else, Chief.
Crash site's on the other side of this hotel, Chief. Covenant are crawling all over it. Follow me.
I hope you packed a suit, mate.
Cut the chatter. We got trouble.
Well, these guys just don't learn.
This tunnel links up to the bridge. It's full of rats, if you know what I mean. But it beats swimming. I've been analyzing the Covenant tactical chatter. They're surprised, confused. I don't think they expected us to be here. Not you and me. All of us. Humanity on Earth. The Covenant must be trying to regroup. Don't let them.
It blew right through us. 50 cal rockets didn't do a thing.
Where's the rest of your platoon?
Wasted, Sarge.
And we will be too, sir, if we don't get the hell out of here.
You hit Marine?
No, sir.
Then listen up. The chief is gonna jump in this tank, roll across the bridge, and blow up any inhuman son of a bitch dumb enough to get between him and the Prophet of Regret. Pull yourself together, because you're going with him.
What about that scarab?
We've all run the simulations. They're tough, but they ain't invincible. Stay with the Master Chief. He'll know what to do.
Yes, sir, Sergeant.
Thanks for the tank. He never gets me anything.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
Marine, follow the chief.
That's quite a welcome party.
Got another hostile. Lock it down, boys.
When I asked for reinforcements, I didn't think they'd send a Spartan.
See this look? It's terror!
I don't think it's stopped. Get your heads down.
That's right, you mothers! Run!
Not if we can help it, Sergeant.
Extract the chief and return to an amberclad.
Roger that. Status.
Sir, the Prophet is bugging out. Request permission to engage.
Negative, Commander. I'll vector 2 heavies for Starside intercept.
Ma'am! Slip space rupture of the target's bow. It's going to jump inside the city.
There's no time, sir.
Green light. Green light to engage.
Punch it. Get us close.
Ma'am, without a destination solution.
We are not losing that ship.
How much further must we heft this baggage? Any cell will do. Why not toss it in with this lot? They could use the meat. Them? What about us? My belly aches, and his His flesh is seared just the way I like it. Quiet! You two whimper like grunts fresh off the teat. He's not meant for the jails. The hierarchs have something special in mind. Noble prophets of truth and mercy, I have brought the incompetent.
You may leave, Tartarus.
But I thought...
And take your brutes with you.
Release the prisoner.
The council decided to have you hung by your entrails and your corpse paraded through the city. But ultimately, the terms of your execution are up to me.
I am already dead.
Indeed. Do you know where we are?
The mausoleum of the Arbiter.
Quite so. Here rests the vanguard of the great journey. Every Arbiter from first to last. Each one created and consumed in times of extraordinary crisis.
The taming of the Hunters, the Grunt Rebellion. Were it not for the Arbiters, the Covenant would have broken long ago.
Even on my knees, I do not belong in their presence.
Halo's destruction was your error, and you rightly bear the blame. But the Council was overzealous. We know you are no heretic. This is the true face of heresy, one who would subvert our faith and incite rebellion against the High Council.
Our prophets are false. Open your eyes, my brothers. They would use the faith of our forefathers to bring ruin to us all. The great journey is a...
This heretic, and those who follow him, must be silenced.
Their slander offends all who walk the path.
What use am I? I can no longer command ships, lead troops into battle.
Not as you are, no, but become the Arbiter. And you shall be set loose against this heresy with our blessing.
What of the Council?
The tasks you must undertake as the Arbiter are perilous, suicidal. You will die, as each Arbiter has before you. The Council will have their corpse.
What would you have your Arbiter do?
When we joined the Covenant, we took an oath.
According to our station, all without exception.
On the blood of our fathers, on the blood of our sons, we swore to uphold the Covenant.
Even to our dying breath.
Those who would break this oath are heretics, worthy of neither pity nor mercy. Even now, they use our Lord's creations to broadcast their lies.
We shall grind them into dust.
And continue our march to glorious salvation. This armor suits you, but it cannot hide that mark.
Nothing ever will. You are the Arbiter, the will of the prophets. But these are my elites. Their lives matter to me, yours does not. That makes two of us.
There is no doubt the storm will strike the facility. We'll be long gone before it arrives. are the arm of the prophets, Arbiter, and you are the blade. Be silent and swift, and we shall quell this heresy without incident. The storm has masked our approach, and it should have their local battle net in disarray. We have the element of surprise, for now.
Engage active camouflage. Reveal yourselves only after the Arbiter has joined battle with the enemy.
You may wish to do the same, Arbiter. But take heed. Your armor system is not as new as ours. Your camouflage will not last forever.
Sentinels, the holy warriors of the sacred rings. Why have they sided with these heretics? Sentinels!
Deal with him, my brothers. I will defend the Oracle.
Its truth must not be silenced.
The heretics are mobilizing their air forces, Arbiter. Get after their leader, but watch your back. I'm sending one of our phantoms to support you.
What is it? That stench. I've smelled it before.
I wondered who the prophets would send to silence me. An Arbiter. I'm flattered.
He's using a holodrome. He must be close. Come out so we may kill you.
Get in line.
Stand firm. The flood is upon us.
Heretic boss! You see? You see?
This will save me from the storm, but you will be consumed.
Arbiter, where is he? Stinking floodbait boxed himself in tight. We'll never break through this.
But we shall force him out. How? The cable. I'm going to cut it. Get everyone back to the ships.
Warriors, return to the landing zone. The Arbiter will continue upward, cut this station loose, and scare the heretic from his hole. Take my blade. I doubt the cable can withstand its bite.
That did it! The station is in free fall. They'll never escape this maelstrom in a Banshee. Wait, the hangar. There was a Sarah fighter inside. Arbiter, you know what to do.
Turn, heretic.
Arbiter, I would rather die by your hand than let the prophets lead me to slaughter.
Who has taught you these lies? The Oracle.
Hello, I am 343 Guilty Spark. I am the monitor of Installation 04.
Ask the Oracle about Halo. How they would sacrifice us all for nothing.
More questions? Splendid. I would be happy to assist you.
The elites are blind, Arbiter. But I will make them see. Curse you on now. Errand boy. Ah! Ah!
Unfortunate. His edification was most enjoyable.
I had no choice, Holy Oracle. This heretic imperiled the great journey.
Oracle, great journey. Why do you meddlers insist on using such inaccurate verbiage?
That is the Oracle.
So it is. Come, we are leaving this system.
Report!
Both engine cores have spun to zero. We're drifting.
Archer pods are cold. I'll need to rekey the system.
Do it and find out where we are.
Sorry for the quick jump, Sergeant. You in one piece?
I'm good. Chief?
We're fine.
Ma'am, there's an object coming into view now.
Cortana, what exactly am I looking at?
That is another Halo.
Say what?
So this is what my father found. I thought Halo was some sort of super weapon.
It is. If activated, this ring will cause destruction on a galactic scale. I want all the information you've got on the first Halo. Schematics, topography, whatever.
I don't care if I have the clearance or not.
Yes, ma'am.
Where's our target?
The enemy ship has stopped above the ring, ma'am. We're going to pass right over it.
Perfect. Given what we know about this ring, it's even more important that we capture the Prophet of Regret. Find out why he came to Earth, why he came here.
Chief, take first platoon. Hard drop. Secure our landing zone. Sergeant, load up 2 flights of Pelicans and follow them in.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
Till I can move and fight, I'm going to keep a low profile. Once you leave the ship, you're on your own.
Understood.
Over the target in 5.
Hang on to your helmets. Mind the bump. possibly make any more noise? I guess so.
Sir, we gotta neutralize those turrets!
I got a good view coming in. There's a big building in the middle of this island's lake.
I saw it too. It looked like a temple. If I were a megalomaniac, and I'm not, that's where I'd be.
Alright, saddle up. We're moving out.
Anyone got some earplugs? Like a postcard. Dear side, kicking ass in outer space. Wish you were here.
I heard that, jackass.
Good. Still no word about In Amber Clad on the Covenant BattleNet. It's odd. The Covenant know we made landfall, but they don't seem to consider us a very serious threat. Boy, are they in for a big surprise. Watch yourself. Honor guards.
Grenade!
Wait, go back. That's what I thought he said. The Prophet of Regret is planning to activate Halo.
Are you sure?
I shall light this holy ring, release its cleansing flame, and burn a path into the divine beyond.
Pretty much.
Commander, we've got a problem.
So I hear. But from what I understand, the Prophet will need an object, the Index, to activate the ring. I've located a library similar to the one you found on the first Halo. If the rings work the same way, the Index should be inside.
I'll bet the Covenant are thinking the exact same thing.
Then we better beat them to it, Sergeant. Extract your men and meet me at the library.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll secure the Index, Chief. You take out the Prophet. He's given us all the intel we need.
A gondola is launching from the far towers. Big surprise, it's full of Covenant reinforcements.
Look out! Hey, careful, mate! Anytime you want more, mate, you know where I
That's the largest Covenant fleet I've ever seen. The largest anyone's ever seen. Get inside the temple and kill Regret before it can stop us.
Interrupt my sermon!
There's the target. Take him out.
The great journey will not be postponed.
This is not your grave, but you are welcome in it.
This is unprecedented. Unacceptable.
A hierarch is dead, Commander.
His murderer was within our grasp. If you had not withdrawn our phantoms...
Are you questioning my decision?
No, Holy One. I only wish to express my concern that the brutes...
Recommissioning the Guard was a radical step. But recent events have made it abundantly clear that the elites can no longer guarantee our safety.
I shall relay your decision to the Council.
Politics, how tiresome. Do you know, Arbiter, the elites have threatened to resign? To quit the High Council because of this exchange of hats.
We have always been your protectors.
These are trying times for all of us.
Even as the humans' annihilation filled us with satisfaction, the loss of one of the sacred rings racked our hearts with grief.
Putting aside our sorrow, we renewed our faith in the prophecy that other rings would be found, and see how our faith has been rewarded.
Halo! Its divine wind will rush through the stars, propelling all who are worthy along the path to salvation.
But how to start this process? For ages we searched for one who might unlock the secrets of the rings. An oracle. And with your help we found it.
With appropriate humility we plied the oracle with questions, and it, with clarity and grace, has shown us the key.
You will journey to the surface of the ring and retrieve this sacred icon. With it, we shall fulfill our promise.
Salvation for all.
And begin the great journey.
Once the shield is down, we will head straight to the library. I do not wish to keep the hierarchs waiting.
The human that killed the Prophet of Regret. Who was it?
Who do you think?
The demon is here?
Why? Looking for a little payback?
Retrieving the icon is my only concern.
Of course. Our path to the library is clear. I'll pick you up on the ledge ahead.
In the center of this zone is a sacred icon critical to the great journey. I must find it.
We shall cut into the heart of this infestation, retrieve the icon, and burn any flood that stand in our way. The parasite is not to be trifled with. I hope you know what you're doing. Forward, warriors, and fear not pain or death. Go, Arbiter. I'll follow when our reinforcements arrive.
Horses, to the vehicles! We'll need their heavy guns. Onward to the sacred icon. By the ring, this is what?
More humans. They must be after the icon. On your way, Arbiter. I'll deal with these beasts.
I see that coward didn't join you. I'll do what I can to keep the flood off your back.
Gotcha.
You know, your father never asked me for help either.
The index is secure.
Mackenzie, Perez, how's our exit? You hear me, Marines? We got trouble. Damn! How you doing?
Sergeant, stay down! Johnson, you all right? Johnson!
Excellent work, Arbiter. The Hierarchs will be pleased.
The icon is my responsibility.
Was your responsibility. Now it is mine. A bloody fate awaits you and the rest of your incompetent race. And I, Tartarus, chieftain of the brutes, will send you to it.
When the prophets learn of this, they will take your head.
When they learn. Fool. They ordered me to do it.
What is that?
I am a monument to all your sins.
Relax. I'd rather not piss this thing off.
Demon. This one is machine and nerve, and has its mind concluded. This one is but flesh and faith, and is the more deluded.
Kill me or release me, parasite. But do not waste my time with talk.
There is much talk, and I have listened. Through rock and metal and time. Now I shall talk, and you shall listen.
Greetings. I am 2401 Penitent Tangent. I am the monitor of Installation 05.
And I am the Prophet of Regret, Counselor Most High, Hierarch of the Covenant.
A reclaimer? Here? At last. We have much to do. This facility must be activated if we are to control this outbreak.
Stay where you are. Nothing can be done until my sermon is complete.
Not true. This installation has a successful utilization record of 1.2 trillion simulated and 1 actual. It is ready to fire on demand.
Of all the objects our lords left behind, there are none so worthless as these oracles. They know nothing of the great journey!
And you know nothing about containment. You have demonstrated complete disregard for even the most basic protocols.
This one's containment. And this one's great journey are the same. Your prophets have promised you freedom from a doomed existence, but you will find no salvation on this ring. Those who built this place knew what they wrought. Do not mistake their intent, or all will perish as they did before.
This thing is right. Halo is a weapon. Your prophets are making a big mistake.
Your ignorance already destroyed one of the sacred rings, demon. It shall not harm another.
If you will not hear the truth, then I will show it to you. There is still time to stop the key from turning, but first it must be found. You will search one likely spot, and you will search another. Fate had us meet as foes, but this ring will make us brothers.
We are, all of us, gravely concerned. The release of the parasite was unexpected, unfortunate, but there is no need to panic. In truth, this is a time to rejoice. A moment that all the Covenant should savor. For the sacred icon has been found. With it, our path is clear, our entry into the divine beyond guaranteed. The great journey is nigh, and nothing, not even the flood, can stop it.
Boo.
Kill the demon!
Brutes! The faster you can kill those brutes, the better.
Demon has infiltrated the council chamber. Protect the hierarchs. Seal the exits.
Oh, I don't think so. Put me down on one of the pedestals near the door. That prophet, Truth, he has the index. You've got to take it from him. Truth is moving through the lower levels of the tower. I'll reverse this grav lift. Drop down, try to cut him off.
There are 2 groups of Marines in this detention block. I'll zero their locations. You neutralize the guards. Quietly.
Listen up, Marines. The Chief's hunting a prophet, and you're gonna help him kill it.
It was Tartarus and his brutes who took the icon from the flood. For that they have our thanks.
Excellent. Truth is broadcasting on the move. It'll make him much easier to track. The Covenant just destroyed 2 of their own ships, and I'm hearing reports of small arms fire throughout their fleet.
Creatures of the Covenant, The path is broad and we shall walk it side by side.
Slip space rupture. It's in amber clad. Hailing. No response. She's crashed into another tower ahead of our position. I'll keep trying to make contact, but I'm not registering any human vital signs.
And all those who said this day would never come, what are they to say now?
If we're going to catch truth, we'll need to take a shortcut, straight through the mausoleum.
You might consider sitting this one out. Hang on. I'm picking up 2 more transponders. It's the Commander and Johnson. They're closing on Truth's position, Chief. They'll need your help.
This isn't good. I am getting confirmed reports of flags leaving in Amberclad's wreckage. Let's get the index and find a way out of here before things get really ugly.
Split them up. One in each phantom.
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
My faith is strong. I will not fail.
Let him be. The great journey waits for no one, brother. Not even you.
Betrayed us. The counselors. By the prophets, what have these brutes done? They have shed our brother's blood, and for that they must die. A zealot. So much for a stealthy advance. Ah! Over so soon? Make haste. There are more brutes to kill. Aha! Long have I waited for this.
By the rings, Arbiter. The counselors, are they...
Murdered by the brutes.
Vile, disloyal beasts. The prophets were fools to trust them.
Your pal. Where's he going?
Earth, to finish what was started. And this time, none of you will be left behind.
That structure in the center of the city, it's a Forerunner ship. And Truth is heading straight for it. If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
That brute has the Index. And Miranda and Johnson. He can activate the ring.
If he does, I'll detonate in Emberclad's reactor just like we did the Autumns. The blast will destroy this city and the ring. Not a very original plan, but we know it'll work. No, I don't want to chance a remote detonation. I need to stay here.
Flood-controlled dropships are touching down all over the city. That creature beneath the library, that grave mind, used us. We were just a diversion. In Amberclad was always its intended vector. There's a conduit connecting this tower to the ship. Head back inside. I'll lead you to it.
No enemy has ever withstood our might. Flood too shall fade.
I'll do what I can to slow the launch sequence. But there's something inside the ship, a presence that's fighting back. For a Covenant construct, it's unusually formidable.
Arrogant creature. No one is dead, while we shall suffer the
Brood and Elite ships are engaging one another all around High Charity. I'm running out of options, Chief. I can't stall the launch sequence much longer. The next lift will take you up to the conduit. Hurry! Forget about the flood. You've got to get aboard. We're out of time, Chief. Into the conduit.
Jump in, Chief, now!
Get to Earth. Good luck.
After I'm through with Truth.
Don't make a girl a promise.
If you know you can't keep it.
What is that place?
Where the counselors were meant to watch the consecration of the icon. The start of the great journey.
There is still time to stop the key from turning.
I must get inside.
Then mount up, Arbiter. I know a way to break those doors.
There, Arbiter. That Scarab's main gun will break the control room's doors. At the far end of the beach, there's a passage into the cliffs. It should take you up to the Scarab.
The Arbiter? I thought he was dead. Hold your fire. The Hunters have come to our aid, Arbiter. They will fight by our side.
A day's ration says I do this in one cut. 2 cuts at least.
Listen, you don't like me, and I sure as hell don't like you.
But if we don't do something, Mr. Mohawk's gonna activate this ring. And we're all gonna die.
Tartarus has locked himself inside the control room.
Well, I just happen to have a key. Come on, grab a Banshee and give me some cover.
He's gonna know we're coming.
Ah, how do you like it? Stay clear of the door. Hey, bastards! Knock, knock!
Do not let the Arbiter into the chamber! Come, human. It is easy. Take the icon in your hands. And do as you are told.
Please use caution. This reclaimer is delicate.
One more word, Oracle, and I'll rip your eye from its socket. Which is nothing compared to what I'll do to you.
Tartarus, stop.
Impossible.
Put down the icon.
Put it down and disobey the Hierarchs?
There are things about Halo even the Hierarchs do not understand.
Take care, Arbiter. What you say is heresy.
Is it? Oracle, what is Halo's purpose?
Collectively, the seven...
Not another word!
Please. Don't shake the light bulb. If you want to keep your brain inside your head, I tell those boys to chill. Go ahead. Do your thing.
The sacred rings, what are they?
Weapons of last resort, built by the Forerunners to eliminate potential flood hosts, thereby rendering the parasite harmless.
And those who made the rings? What happened to the Forerunners?
After exhausting every other strategic option, my creators activated the rings. They and all additional sentient life in 3 radii of the galactic center died, as planned. Would you like to see the relevant data?
Tartarus, the prophets have betrayed us.
No, Arbiter! The great journey has begun, and the brutes, not the elite, shall be the Prophet's escort.
Quit stalling.
Under more controlled circumstances, I would suggest the reclaimers simply remove the eggs.
That's it? Johnson, I'm on it.
Hang tight, ma'am. Not until that brute is dead. Hey, Mohawk, how'd that feel?
What's that?
A beacon.
What's it doing?
Communicating at superluminal speeds with a frequency of...
Communicating with what?
The other installations.
Show me.
Fail-safe protocol. In the event of unexpected shutdown, the entire system will move to standby status. All remaining platforms are now ready for remote activation.
Remote activation? From here?
Don't be ridiculous.
Listen, Tinkerbell, don't make me...
Then where? Where would someone go to activate the other rings?
Why, the Ark, of course.
And where, Oracle, is that?
We've got a new contact. Unknown classification.
It isn't one of ours. Take it out.
This is Spartan 117.
Can anyone hear me? Over.
Isolate that signal. Master Chief?
You mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
Silence fills the empty grave now that I have gone. But my mind is not at rest, for questions linger on. I will ask, and you will answer.
All right. Shoot.
The story of Bungie begins deep in the Swedish countryside, in the tiny fishing village of Askersund, where the farmers would gather each...
Askersund? I'll put my boot in your Askersund. Now listen up. Bungie starts here. Sweet Home Chicago, 1991.
That year I was taking an artificial intelligence class, and Jason was in that class.
I was working on a game, and Alex was trying to start a company.
Where Jason is actually a lot like a shipboard AI, where most of the time it does miraculous work that nobody else could do, and then the other times it's, crazy.
This is what I think of the Computer Game Developers Conference.
We just got to talking and thought maybe we should try partnering up.
And I finished that first game for the company that became Bungie.
Two guys come up with a manifesto. 7 steps to world domination.
They were handed down from on high. They came from Providence.
7 steps to world domination.
Because that's the best number. It's like rock. Nothing beats rock or 7.
7 steps? I've only been here 6 years. They don't trust you overnight.
If I could just run more than 7 steps, I think we'll start there, and then we'll see where we go.
Yes, start independent gaming company. Is there an addendum that says remain independent? Because we should have put that in there.
Bungie Studios started properly in 1991.
We tried it out, and it worked really good. We just kept going.
Every time you eat a piece of pizza, you have to cross something off. Right?
But it was kind of like, being in a band, because it was our lives, 24/7.
We didn't have any idea what we were really doing.
I think Tunster needs to get the shaft.
There are a variety of ways one can get the shaft. Getting rid of the shaft, that's a trickier proposition.
Every 2 weeks, someone's gonna get the shaft. So, Harold, you are the proud owner of the shaft for the next 2 weeks.
Well, the name Bungie is actually a very dirty, dirty joke. Well, it's a punchline of a very dirty joke, which I'm afraid I can't reveal.
I can't talk about why the company's called Bungie.
That's top secret stuff.
The original Bungie offices, which you can see across the street, brown brick building there, we occupied the 2nd floor. It had character. This is where we would eat our burritos, probably 4 out of 5 days of the week. This building used to be the bug stop. It was like open 24 hours or something.
And there was that crack house behind the building.
Some guys come running up to the car side door and we're like, what the hell's going on here? And he holds up this trash bag and he's like, come on, buy some porn, buy some porn. And we're like, no thanks. That was sort of the ambiance of the neighborhood in the old place. It was awesome.
So let's just say that step 2 is immensely destructive. Bungie grew up making games for the Mac.
Hello.
I think I had pretty modest ambitions at the time, and didn't come close to achieving them the first time out of the gate, or the second time. But we stuck with it.
And we ended up with Pathways.
I had some friends that used to play Pathways in the darkness all the time.
Which was our first, I would say, successful game, that made a profit, and we were able to start hiring some people to help us out.
First Bungie game I ever heard of was Marathon.
Let's just say that it's a grand galactic space opera with mystical overtones.
That was the first-person shooter on the Macintosh, where you could connect with other friends and actually play head-to-head.
Whoa, you guys!
So how close is Marathon at this point?
Well, we shipped by August Macworld '97. We'll all be really happy.
Marathon was our breakout project, really. A lot of people really liked the game.
Marathon made me dizzy.
I think at that time, honestly, Mac owners would have been excited by Space Invaders in a tube.
One of the first games I ever played where I really got a sense of a community around an actual game was Myth.
We developed it for the Mac and the PC at the same time.
Myth is a real-time strategy.
But it's much more like an arcade game.
You use the terrain to your advantage, which isn't something that a whole lot of games did at the time.
It was all about the quick combat and micromanagement of troops. It was a lot of fun.
The ability to play multiplayer against strangers and friends has been a foundation for other things that we've gone on to do really well.
The game Phoenix was what we worked on after Myth 2. It was called Phoenix because that's what kind of rose out of the ashes of the Myth 2 project.
It was still in that same sort of medieval kind of magical time frame.
We worked on a number of different giant medieval style weapons like big catapults and trebuchets.
Lots of magic, lots of swordplay.
You went around as a big minotaur with an axe and beat the crap out of skeletons.
There were a bunch of very fun components to it, but Phoenix never really caught fire. You would play with it and you would go, well, this is like maybe 5 minutes of fun, and after that it's just not fun anymore. So you would scrap that and then you would just move on to the next thing.
Without further ado, let me go back to Peter, who has managed to rustle up a fan, who I hear has a pretty stupid trick for us.
We got into the world of television with Bungie TV largely thanks to the ego and ability of Joseph Staten.
Oh, he's got a leg in. He's down. He's in. Jeff is in. Jeff is in the can. That was back in the day before the internet's tubes were big enough to shove all the things through. So, we've been putting together a tour of the ONI facilities.
Here we have the Bungie West parking lot, the central portion of the Bungie offices. This looks like a paperwork disaster. The entertainment area, which is a little messy.
The West Coast office of Bungie started with ONI, which was a third-person shooter.
We called it full contact action.
The Matrix had just come out, and that was really sort of a big influence on the animation.
The main character for Oni is Kanoko. She is strong but vulnerable. Just something to pique that sense of chivalry that is like really undeveloped in the hearts of young men.
Step 3, you cut a hole in a box. Some people think that's step 1, but to me it's step 3.
Yeah, nothing says killer, hardcore, rough and tumble like Halo.
Paul Russell is the father of Halo.
I came up with the name Halo, and it was not received well. Jason was leaning more towards Redshift. Covenant was one of them. I thought it sounded like a bad 80s hair band. You know, Covenant.
Halo is an epic journey to save humanity from a terrible menace. That's all it is. That's good. They should put that on the box.
It was going to be really important to Microsoft to have games for the Xbox. That's what was going to make or break it. We got very excited about the opportunity to be a launch game on a platform.
I remember seeing just a single texture on a wall with a flashlight going, wow, this is gonna be awesome! And it was way before the Xbox even looked like the Xbox, and way before Halo even looked like Halo.
That's the first version of the Warthog, I guess, huh? Yeah. Man, this isn't Halo, dude. Man, this is really, really old.
We had a huge map for a continuous RPG game, and before that we had an RTS.
And then next thing you know, it was a third person, and we were playing it in our office.
People probably want to know why we switched from third person to first person. Jason again. Yeah, it's damn Jason. Man. That's what happens when your lead is a crack addict. Oh, dang.
Yeah, Halo depended on a lot of that early wandering.
And we never really knew how people were going to receive it. Like 6 months before we shipped, we went to E3 with a build of the game, and nobody liked it. You know, people played it, and they're like, the frame rate's not so good. Well, what's all this hype, Halo?
Good luck, Master Chief.
Evolving over a long period of time, Halo's turned into something much bigger than a video game.
Because we're creating a world. You can open, history books and whatnot to read about Halo. This is a world that's been created.
And this progress attracted the attention of someone who, in many respects, was all that we aspired to be. Did we let this attention go to our heads? No, we did not. And little did we know it, but Bungie was on the auction block, and we all of us soon found ourselves strangers in a strange land.
When Microsoft bought us, some people were totally incensed because they grew up from the Mac side of things and felt like, this was a sellout.
Greed, pure and simple. Cashed it in, sold our souls.
A lot of the team was pretty young and didn't have a lot of attachments, so the opportunity to go somewhere new was pretty exciting. I think for some of us, myself included, with family in Chicago, it was maybe a little bit more bittersweet.
We got on a plane, we came out here, and we really looked back,
We were expecting a final sales number to be 700,000 units, and then it just went through the roof.
Why? Because of my pretty face. Hoorah!
Step 4 didn't really go very well.
Which one was step 4?
Which one's step 4?
Do you know what step 4 is?
Right, we gotta get a picture of the Bungie food.
I know back in the day in Chicago, there was a very infamous Chinese food restaurant we used to order from.
They used to just deliver us crazy amounts of Chinese food all the time.
What's this crap? That looks good.
Ming Choi is the one place that you can get roasted chicken, pizza, and barbecued pork fried rice, all delivered within 20 minutes.
I don't think that really accelerated the process development so much as it sort of filled it with a lot of bathroom breaks.
Because Halo 1 happened really big, I don't think there's any doubt that there wasn't going to be a Halo 2.
We're like, we should do another one, because we're out of margaritas and, they're expensive. We're going to need more.
Halo 2 is moving. Time begins to crawl. But we're still not telling if we'll ship this fall. Maybe Bungie needs to see Robbie give a piece to me.
Bet you can't stick it.
You're on.
Halo 2 led us to step 5 of our plan for world domination.
We were supposed to get the orbital defense station. That was step 5.
I forget step 5.
But Microsoft said that if they're going to build an orbital space station, that it's going to be running Windows, and we didn't want to be going up there.
Oh, it's been recovered. We're trying to move on to giving it away.
Ling Ling is a severed dog's head in a jar.
One of the guys from the Chicago office had a roommate who was a medical student, and he brought Ling Ling home as homework. He moved out and left Ling Ling behind, and she's been here ever since.
Of all the Chicago traditions we should have left behind.
The last thing you want to see when you pop open your closet is a severed dog's head.
Other people just run away or barf. But Ling Ling's head, if you have faith, it's going to help us dominate.
You want to dominate? Try this puppy.
There were a lot of reasons that it was important for us to move to another building. One is that Bungie is all about having its own identity.
It was because of the parking, man. I mean, now they have valets, so maybe that would have changed things.
A lot of people just felt like we were just part of the Borg.
There's definitely a great deal of love between Bungie and Microsoft. And when Microsoft hits us, it's because it loves us.
They made us walk like 200 yards to the bathroom.
Being in the sort of stale cube farm type environment isn't very conducive to being creative.
Like Matt Noguchi would sprint all the way to the bathroom and just barely make it. I mean, barely. Like, that's why there's this big puddle of piss in front of the urinals.
I think the main reason we moved is we just got bigger. I don't forget how many people we had on Halo 1, maybe 40-ish, and apparently we've got 200 people in the building now. I mean, we're huge.
The new place is a lot more like, I think when my dad came to visit, he was like, oh my God, this place looks like the set of 24 or something.
It's like a fortress of solitude right next to a Starbucks.
Well, it is a little dark. A cave is a good description for it. The interior is like a big, giant, open pit.
We like the big open office environment because we think that communication is very important.
This is the Bungie coat of arms. Basically, the Latin says, don't make us kick your ass.
All I gotta say is we're on Halo 3 right now. That's all.
Halo 3 has been pretty much freaking awesome from the beginning.
Crazy fool. Why do you always jump?
This is humanity's final stand. here at Earth.
Halo has a life of its own, and it lives and breathes and consumes everything in its path.
Step 7 had something to do with getting more women to work at the company, but that's not going so high.
I'm actively working on number 7 every day, and laying out my schemes, my plans.
You're either an ally or an enemy, so you must choose a side.
Because when you get to 7, someone's got to do it.
On that final day, when our enemies find themselves all standing together on a giant cargo net, on a highly sprung giant mechanism waiting to be hurled into the sun, they will look to themselves and say, this agenda has been posted publicly on BungieNet for 7 years, and we paid no attention. If only we'd looked.
10 years into the future, it's hard to imagine.
Wow, 10 years in the future.
Where's this whole thing going?
Not making Halo games.
After Halo 3 ships, it's going to be an interesting time for us.
My fear is that we make the greatest game in the world and nobody buys it.
It's all about where's the candy and where's the death. I want the candy. I don't want the death. So I think in 10 years, games are going to be a lot more fun.
I'm trying to recreate some of that wandering we did at the beginning of Halo 1 and we did at the beginning of Pathways.
Keeping everyone super motivated, hoping that we're going to create something beautiful.
Hopefully Chucky won't be clipping his toenails in the middle of the
meeting room.
10 years in the future, I just want to be making games.
Ha! Talk to me after the next trilogy. I'm gonna be in there, right?
Okay, here we go.
So, Jen, are you ready?
Uh-huh.
This is 110LB, Rescue Cortana.
Yeah, Jen, before you start, this is like the climax of the game. Obviously, you've been captured, and now Master Chief is rescuing you. So,
Okay. It's good to see you, Chief. I do know how to pick 'em.
fans have been waiting 3 years for this moment where the Chief finally rescues Cortana. So,
Okay.
all the fanboys across the world are going to be waiting.
Fanboys?
You do know what I mean, right?
I had to admit, I didn't exactly.
The only way to stop the flood is to stop...
I've been doing the voice of the AI character Cortana for 6 years now, from the Pillar of Autumn to the Portals of High Charity.
They'll make a girl a promise. If you know you can't keep it.
But the truth is, I'd never really gotten to know the fans we make the game for.
Claude Herrera.
Claude Herrera.
Where do I find him?
Within hours, I was on a plane heading east. My goal, to meet the fans I'd been hearing about. Why do they care so much? After 6 years and 3 games, it was time to find out.
Hi.
Hi, I'm looking for
I
Claude.
guess that would be me.
Fantastic. I'm Jen
Come on in.
from Bungie.
My search started in New York City. When it comes to Halo fans, Claude Herrera knows everyone. Modders and noobs. I'd heard about them all, but I'd never met them. I wasn't sure exactly what to expect, but I was about to get an introduction.
You have built a website that keeps everybody informed of what's going on. There's a whole section on fan fiction, people writing stories based in the Halo universe. We have drawings people have done. There's a strategy guide that somebody's put together with all sorts of movies and tips. So you're basically the conduit for the fans. That's what I try to be. That's awesome. It's a bodysuit, and then she paints herself. There's a guy who painted his entire garage with Halo scenes. Just this week, somebody stopped by our forum to say they had met online playing Halo. They are now engaged, and they're going to have a Halo wedding. Somebody sent in a bunch of pictures of a real AR-5 they were building from Halo. An AR-5, which stands for? Assault rifle.
Clearly, I had a lot to learn.
Andy the Killing Spree. Are you going to take me up to this LAN party into the realm of dude?
These are the real fans, from the hardcore multiplayers to passionate campaigners.
You know who this is? Yeah. Hi. We played last night until very, very late, and we started again this morning. Is this normal? Is this how you... This is what it's normally like. I'm a virgin land goer. Do you see my mind being blown right now?
What makes a true Halo fan? Is it the ranking, the amount of forum postings, or the hours logged online? Miguel Chavez is one of the earliest Bungie fans. He's been bringing players together from around the world for years.
We've had gatherings here where people come from Sweden, from England, from Scotland.
The thing that you think is great about it is this kind of stuff.
Is this kind of stuff, yeah. The fact that you can be in the same room with someone, they can kill you, and instead of you just simply yelling at the TV, you can go right to them and elbow them.
This is overwhelming.
Yes, it is. It is.
It's the fans themselves that keeps me coming back all the time. It's the creations people come up with and the love that they show through their own creativity that makes me want to put up new posts every day.
According to Claude, there are more than 7 million fans out there. The game has even spawned 3 best-selling novels. I decided to start with the man who wrote the book, literally. The author of the Halo bestsellers, Eric Nyland. He also began as a fan himself.
I was working at Microsoft Games as a writer, and someone said, "Hey, Eric, you want to write for this new Halo game that's coming out soon?" I took a look at Halo and it blew my mind, right? It was like the best video game ever. And so I said, yeah, sign me up for doing a Halo novel.
I also worked on Halo.
What did you do?
I'm a voice actor.
No way.
I voiced Cortana in Halo. Yes.
It's the stick it.
Bet
you can't stick it. Now I recognize your voice. Oh my God.
So my question to you, or what I'm interested in, is
You're
when
famous.
So are you. How much are you influenced by what the fans want?
While we were writing the book, a lot of people were guessing, the latest one, what the plot would be, and eventually, most of them kind of pieced parts of it together. If you look in the forums, it was like someone had stolen my outline. They're this huge collectively thinking organism. You know, if they ever got organized really well, I'd never have to write a novel. They'd just figure it all out.
Could they take over the world?
They probably could.
Some fans write about Halo. Some make their own art and movies. I had heard about Machinima, fans who create videos using actual game footage. Each month, hundreds of new ones are posted online. There are even entire clans devoted to movie making. So I traveled down to Texas to meet some guys who had turned this into a full-time career.
Action.
The men of Rooster Teeth and their Halo comedy, Red vs. Blue.
Everybody loves Red vs. Blue.
Everybody loves Red vs.
You
Blue?
know that?
I think there's a couple animators out there that aren't too fond of Red vs. Blue. That's just my feeling. So.
Really? Why?
Because we take their animations and do stupid stuff with them. Like, they spend hours making the Master Chief crouch in a realistic manner, and then we use it to make some obscene joke.
And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Good, work those hammies. How would you rate the humiliation factor?
Hi.
Another vital test of mission-critical technology.
Can we stop now?
Why Halo?
Because we were playing it about 17 hours a day.
I think we were looking at the Warthog and trying to figure out why they called it a Warthog. We were like, why are we in a video game and just staring at this Jeep? Why aren't we killing each other?
I mean, it's kind of like anything. I mean, filmmakers who make stuff, they just make whatever their world is. Our world at the time was Halo.
Can I be in Red vs. Blue?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Would you want to be in Red vs. Blue? Might be a step down, don't you think? You know, I auditioned for Cortana. 1 more core to go.
Nice.
Nice, like that?
You want to have a smackdown? 1 more core to go.
Oh, wow. That's rough. See, that's why she got the part.
Wants, yeah.
Son of a bitch.
I do have a certain knack for doing Cortana's voice. What I didn't realize is that I'd actually inspired fans to do their own creations. There have been hundreds of Halo-related songs posted, and as I was about to find out, some of them are even about my character.
Matt Cox!
Hey!
Hi!
Hi!
So you've written a song called, you've written many songs. One of them in particular is Death of Cortana?
Death of Cortana?
Which created a lot of buzz and got everybody really scared.
After reading the Eric Nyland books, and Cortana started to malfunction a little. It was like, wow, maybe they're kind of giving hints to what's going to happen with her. Kind of starts off a little slow,
right?
Kind of builds up to
the tragedy.
more
How does she die, you think?
I think she's just so full of too much information and trying to process too much, she just eventually kind of implodes.
Okay.
Yeah. You have kind of a dialogue, you know, with Cortana through the entire game. So you've spent hours, you know, listening to her. So
right. And what does she sound like?
Just like a normal girl that you would just kind of talk with and be friends with.
Someone you'd hang out with.
Yeah.
Someone who'd come over to your house and hang out with you. And what kind of things does Cortana say?
You sound like her.
Do I? Does she say things like, yank me? Or...
It's ridiculous that I did not realize I was talking to Jen Taylor the entire time. All right, I'm fired. I am totally fired from Halo fandom of ever. So don't die.
We don't want to. Is it
freaking you out? Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. Red face.
Some fans, like Matt, enjoy Halo for the story. And some go pro. I wanted to meet the hardcore professional gamers, the money winners on MLG Pro Circuit. There's only been Halo tournaments since 2003, but some players were already earning $250,000 contracts. I'd heard about teams like Carbon and Final Boss. But when I found out about a clan of girl pros down in Texas led by twin sisters, I had to go.
We're doing a LAN party right now. Barbecue, we've got some games going on. Great projector that's got gameplay.
Hot chicks who play Halo.
Yes. 500 girls worldwide, also known as Pandora's Mighty Soldiers or the PMS clan.
Oh yeah? The original meaning of PMS? Psycho Menslayers.
You had me at Halo. That is our expression. It is. I wouldn't even be playing professionally or competitively if it wasn't for Halo. I used to be 60 hours a week in a suit in an office, so did she, and I quit it to do gaming full time. It's our passion.
Who are you?
Psychotic gamers. You can come play with us. It's because playing with a girl is a totally different experience. Can you say something? Give me a line.
Bet you can't stick it.
Oh yeah, that one was awesome. That was like perfect. Yeah. I killed you. And you know what else I think Cortana would like? Where's the beer? We're not just all down home in Texas. We do have some wine if you'd like. This ain't Princess Leia. She went for that pretty quick. This is Cortana. She's gonna drink the beer. Thanks for coming. And here's to Cortana.
Those chicks were awesome. I just wanted to hang out there all night, but I had a plane to catch. And a date with a quiet furniture maker who had become synonymous with his own Flash games based on Halo. Everyone had been mentioning his name.
Bowl.
Bowl.
Go visit Bowl.
Bowl? Hi, I'm looking for Andreas/Bowl. Have I found him?
Yeah, that's me.
School! You're still living at your parents' house.
Yeah.
Bol is such an unassuming guy. He seems to think his games aren't worth much. But the fans talk about him and his simple but addictive games with reverence. Maybe that's because he's mastered the important questions like, how many grenades does it take to flip a warthog?
Warthog launch.
Yes, this is also inspired from the movie Warthog Jump by Randall Glass.
So you've created this little game too?
Yeah. Ooh, I stink at this.
You stink at your own game? You know who I am and you haven't said anything?
Of course.
When did you put it together?
Well, I've seen you in many photos.
I admire you and your Swedish ways. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
We're visiting, true fanatics about this game, Halo. They're all so different from each other. That's really what we're finding in this journey. They aren't just players. They're artists and game makers who give each other recognition online. Inspired by the game, they spend hours to bring the world of Halo to life, from the vehicles to the gear. I'd heard about one that could hook me up with some Molnar armor.
Hi. Are you Colin?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Colin. I'm Jen from Bungie.
I believe we've met before,
Have
actually.
we met before?
Very briefly at the Bungie Fan Fest at E3 2003. Do you remember the guy who was dressed up like one of the Halo Marines with a big assault rifle?
Was that you?
That was me.
It was the one event I'd ever attended. And who could forget that gear?
This is my father's studio.
This is where you've built your armor. This feels fantastic in my hands.
Like I said, this is just a prototype, so we've discarded this one. This was also a prototype, and we are actually currently in the process of rebuilding it. The Velcro secures here and here. This is our final version of the helmet.
I have made a transition from Cortana to Master Chief. Colin, I'm steaming up this helmet in here. I think I'm gonna pass out.
All right.
Colin?
This is my father.
Hi.
How do you do? Built the armor together.
Nice to meet you. So what do you think of your son's obsession with Halo, and how lovely that you joined him in building this?
It's certainly worth doing, because he's worth doing it with. My best friend.
I love my dad.
Some fans are regular guys who build alien hardware. And some make alien worlds, like the folks at George Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic. They're the effects wizards who've worked on films from Star Wars to Star Trek. But each day at lunch, they sneak off to play Halo. I wanted to find out why.
Are you kidding?
Hey!
If anybody finds out.
Oh, it's okay. We're big fans of Halo, but
Your
it
boss
doesn't mean that
comes
we're
along.
not fans of like LucasArts games or anything. We're kind of addicted to the Halo.
Does your work give you an added appreciation for this game, you think?
Absolutely. The idea that we concentrate on animation and performance, and that we bring that sensibility to the art of filmmaking, and then we watch Halo and we see the amount of detail that's been put into the art direction and the designs of like the spaceships and the characters. So it's kind of like playing within a movie, and we appreciate that.
I'm looking for the ultimate fan. Have I found the ultimate fan, do you guys think?
You found the ultimate team.
Yes.
The ultimate team. Now there's a heartwarming moment.
I'd met dozens of fans and logged thousands of miles. But in lots of ways, I'd only scratched the surface. I had time for one more stop.
I'm in Dublin.
Someone had told me the Bare Naked Ladies were big Halo buffs, and I discovered they were on tour in Dublin, Ireland.
Hi, I'm looking for Ed from the Bare Naked
That's
Ladies.
me.
So can you translate Halo into Canadian for me?
Yes, absolutely. The thing that makes it difficult playing Halo in Canada is, of course, we have no handguns. So it's all melee weapons. The bonus is free healthcare. If your Master Chief goes down...
Thank you for joining us for the kickoff of our tour of Ireland.
I got contacted a while ago by some folks at a small upstart video game company called Microsoft. And they make a game called Halo.
What's your favorite line from the game?
Favorite line from the game?
Bet you can't stick it. That's a good one.
Rare is the game where the voice acting doesn't bother you.
Right,
You know, it doesn't stick out and bother you. I guess what I like about Halo is that it doesn't get in the way. It doesn't bug you.
I'm gonna put that on my resume. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because
Jen,
I'm the voice
I
of
won't
Cortana.
bug you. You're kidding! Wow. You're really the voice of Cortana. Look how excited I just got.
Oh my God, you're that person! I was supposed to recognize her from her voice, but she plays a translucent 5-inch high video game character.
What did I learn on my journey? Our voice is being heard by so many fans out there. More than 7 million of them. Artists, filmmakers, women warriors, and full-on Spartans. Some play Slayer, and some construct Zanzibar entirely out of blocks. But each builds a little piece of the game. Every time they play, they bring all that history with them. They do the work. I just voice the character. But each time I go out there, they're waiting. That's what they told me. And they wouldn't make a girl a promise they can't keep.
All right, men. And Blue Team, I suppose you're all wondering why I called you here today. I said, I suppose you're all wondering why...
Okay, fine. Why did you call us here?
Command has issued a Priority 1 directive. As you all know, Master Chief is a big star now, so the boys upstairs want to make sure his image is protected.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I guess saving the universe 3 times didn't make him famous enough.
The powers that be are concerned that if something happened to the Chief during his publicity tour, it could jeopardize the entire Halo franchise.
Why are they worried now? Wasn't he in more danger when he was fighting aliens in space?
Of course not. Being a primary character in a huge franchise is much more dangerous.
Yeah, just look what happened to Orlando Bloom. What happened to Orlando Bloom? I read on the internet that he died while shooting Lord of the Rings.
No, he didn't.
Weta had to make a digital copy of him to finish the movie. Oh, shut up. What about all the other movies he's been in since then? Well, obviously they all hired Weta. Duh.
Okay, then tell me. Then how did I see him in Us Magazine kissing Kate Bosworth? You're telling me that a digital person is dating a real girl.
Nah, she's a Muppet. You can totally see the strings.
You're an idiot.
Hey, I'm not the one reading Us magazine.
Why do we care about this anyway? He's always been the big star. We're just the multiplayer guys.
You don't understand, Griff. Chief's gonna be very busy. After the game comes out, he's still gotta do promotions. Endorsements. I understand he even has his own line of fragrances coming out. Ooh la la.
What does it have to do with us? Did Command send a memo just to rub our noses in it? He's got his own game. He even gets his own action figures.
They're even naming the Seattle airport after him.
God damn it.
Who cares? Who wants all that attention anyway?
I agree.
No, with all that extra work, they're looking for an understudy for the big guy.
Understudy? I'm in. Pick me.
Me too.
Called it first. You heard it. Does that mean what I think it means?
That's right, boys. This is the call. One of us has a potential shot at possibly being in a position to, in the very unlikely event of some impossible cataclysm, having the opportunity to qualify for an audition for the role of understudy to Master Chief. But no guarantees.
It's like we're already in.
Warden Vermont.
It's the moment I've always dreamed of.
Come on, Sarge. Who'd they pick?
The fellows upstairs said they based their decision on a strict set of requirements.
Requirements? Oh no. I'm never good at those.
They wanted someone tough.
I'm tough.
You? You cry if you miss an episode of Desperate Housewives.
Well, if you miss one, you're lost. Is it my fault they make the show so damn serial?
They needed someone with incredible reflexes.
I have an awesome gag reflex. Does that count?
It means you have to be able to act without thinking. Well, I'm sure y'all did very well in that category. You also have to be able to work with a female partner in a mature manner.
Meow. I wouldn't mind studying under her.
And lastly, you have to be willing to face unbeatable foes against insurmountable odds.
No problem.
And win.
Oh, yeah, that would be a problem.
I've done the impossible.
Yeah, right. When?
Clearly, you've never had to stay awake during one of Sarge's team building meetings.
Go on, you love those. Those sessions are the glue that holds our team together. Well, it doesn't matter. The decision's been made. The new understudy will be Tex.
And I think we can all agree that's an excellent choice.
Yep, she's tough.
But she's just a girl.
Don't worry, boys. There's still plenty of parts for everybody. Master Chief's gonna need a lot of stunt doubles.
Stunt doubles?
To get ready for your screen tests. Take one.
Screen test? Wait, what? What are my lines?
Just ad-lib.
Ow!
What's the motivation in this scene? Ow!
I want to see more agony. See if you can't throw your limbs further from your body. All right, boys, this next shot's kind of complicated. I need everybody to line up their groins.
Wait,
hang on.
Ow!
Take 2. Take 13. Take 85. Take 4. Oh, what the hell? Just shoot him.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. I'm Gus Cirola from Rooster Teeth Productions. You may know us as gentlemen adventurers and purveyors of fine machinima. What you may not know is when we first created the award-winning comedy series Red vs. Blue, we were actually quite displeased with the results. Sure, the public loved the hilarious performances, like this one.
Hey. Yeah? You ever wonder why we're here?
Fantastic acting? Yes, but there just seemed to be something missing. For instance, in this scene.
What?
Terrible. And take a look at this one. Embarrassing. But now, thanks to advances in video game technology, we are finally able to create a version of Red vs. Blue Episode 1 that truly lives up to our creative genius. How, you might ask? Well, I could tell you, but why don't I just show you? Let's take a look back at the completely true history of the creation of Red vs. Blue.
Take that! Yes! Hey dude, how's it going?
What's up, bro?
Hey, not much. I just read that book, 1984.
Oh yeah, I've been meaning to pick that up.
Yeah, there's no way all that stuff's gonna happen by next year.
No way.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm playing this video game.
This is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Hey, we could use this to make movies.
What are you, retarded?
saw that movie 2001 yesterday.
Yeah?
No way all that stuff's happening by the end of next month.
Hey, what do you think about this game?
It's cool. What's it called, Halo?
Halo, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we could use this to make movies.
Yeah, we could totally use this to make movies.
It's my idea, though.
Well, I mean, I was here, so I get credit. It's my idea, too. I showed you the game.
How do I drop a guy out of this thing?
Right. Man, I was totally thinking about something else.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's alright.
Feels like it's missing something, though.
Yeah, decent writing.
This is it, man. This is what we've been talking about this whole time. This is what we've been waiting for.
This is amazing.
Jeff, I know it hasn't always been easy, man. I know it's been some ups and downs, and I didn't always treat you so good, but this is what we've been waiting for and what we've been working towards all these years.
So many years.
And now, we present our truly realized vision. Red vs. Blue Special Edition Episode 1, filmed entirely in Halo 3. Enjoy.
Hey. Yeah? You ever wonder why we're here? It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Why are we here? I mean, are we the product of some cosmic coincidence, or is there really a God watching everything? You know, with a plan for us and stuff? I don't know, man. But it keeps me up at night.
What? I mean, why are we out here, in this canyon?
Oh, yeah.
What all this stuff about God?
Nothing.
You want to talk about it?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Seriously, though, why are we out here? As far as I can tell, it's just a box canyon in the middle of nowhere, with no way in or out.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason that we set up a red base here is because they have a blue base over there. And the only reason they have a blue base over there is because we have a red base here.
Yeah, that's because we're fighting each other.
No, but I mean, even if we were to pull out today, and they were to come take our base, they would have two bases in the middle of a box canyon. What do you do?
What's up with that anyway? I mean, I signed on to fight some aliens. Next thing I know, Master Chief blows up the whole Covenant Armada, and I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere, fighting a bunch of blue guys.
What are they doing?
What?
I said, what are they doing now?
Damn, I'm getting so sick of answering that question.
You have a rifle. I can't see. Don't bitch at me because I'm not going to just sit up here and play with my.
Okay, look. They're just standing there and talking, okay? That's all they're doing. That's all they ever do is just stand there and talk. That's what they were doing last week. That's what they were doing when you asked me 5 minutes ago. So 5 minutes from now, when you ask me, what are they doing? My answer is going to be, they're still just talking, and they're still just standing there.
What are they talking about?
You know what? I hate you. Talk about a waste of resources. I mean, we should be out there finding new and intelligent forms of life. You know, fight them.
Yeah, no, that's why they should put us in charge.
Hey! Front and center on the double! Yes, sir.
Coming to you from New Mombasa, in the unpredictable multiplayer universe, this Spartan Life, the Legendary Edition. And here's your host, Damien Lasadamian.
we're gonna do the show anyway, but don't be alarmed by the weird stuff going on here. We've been doing a lot of data jacking lately, and I'm pretty sure we've damaged the fabric of time. Not permanently. More like we put a run in the stocking of time. We'll get some nail polish on that, should be fine. Yeah, totally manageable.
Oh, that makes us all feel much better.
Look, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, okay? Hold the stage. I'll go talk to the kid.
The kid? He's the one who got us into this mess. Oof, damn thing.
Data jacking is dangerous. Data packets are being scattered all over the place. What are you doing out there?
We aren't.
If I knew you'd be this careless, I never would have shown you this stuff.
It's not us, we're just...
But you were like, I'm ready. I was born ready.
Listen! We did exactly what you said. Level 1 geometry rifts only.
Well, one of your crew found a big one, and it's diverting data packets all over the place.
All right, I'll go find out who.
Okay, dancers, that's enough rehearsal for today. Last one back to the base has to wash the tights.
Look at that, you see? I told them.
He looks like a scrambled porn channel.
He's stuck between dimensions or something, from all that jumping around.
You don't think they know about the portal into the new world, do you?
They're pretty close. Nah, they're not that sharp.
Let's just get him back to the stage, see if we can figure it out there.
Those dingbats are headed right for it.
Hey, Mr. Lacedemon, wait! Oh, I feel funny.
About damn time you snapped out of it. Man, I feel like I gained a few hundred polygons. Arrow, what the hell? What happened to your armor?
Yeah, how'd you fit that Covenant melon head into that helmet?
It's too tight in here.
Fiber, you look different too. Kinda cool.
I told you we shouldn't be messing with this. Look at what you did.
Guys, where the hell are we?
It's all so hyper real. Hey, who's that?
It's Game of Texas Frankie.
What is he doing?
Wait a minute. Frankie. Water. It's Frank O'Connor from Bungie. Hey, Frankie, what's up?
How's it going?
This place is amazing. How cool to find you here.
Yeah, I'm over here testing the waterproof abilities of this here chain gun.
So is Halo real enough now that we really can secede and form our own nation?
This is certainly a plan for world domination, but I wouldn't say we're seceding. It's more of a seventh column where we're operating from within to destroy them.
You think it tough on that thing?
Wanna find out?
Ride or die, baby. Yeah.
Hey guys, don't run down any beta testers, alright?
Well, testers are expendable. They're like red shirts from Star Trek.
I have to remember to bring Octobit back a souvenir. Gotta love those portable grav lifts. Oh, check out the Mongoose stuntmen. Yeah, guys, don't worry. Quentin's gonna be calling any day now.
Check me out.
I understand you may not be able to confirm nor deny this, but I gotta ask. The word on the outside is that you guys have developed some kind of a time control device.
Well,
I believe you call it Save Film.
yeah, obviously the Machinima guys are going to have a blast with that, and it's going to give them kind of unlimited potential to do new things, but far more importantly, it's going to give the ability for people to call each other out on their BS. Everyone's always talking about, did you see that time when I blew up that warthog using only the power of my mind and my charisma? And then there's no evidence of it. And one of the things we're doing this time around is giving you all the evidence you need in the form of saved films. After each game, you have the opportunity to save the entire film of the entire game. We're going to give you the ability to pause, freeze frame, camera controls.
Oh, right. So can you go back and correct your mistakes in life?
You can, but when you get back to the present day, you're going to find out that your grandfather is a monkey, or that you're married to your mom.
Yeah, it always happens. I'm getting used to this X button now. You know, there were rumors for a while that it was going to, like, you know, feed the dog, clean your room for you, but it turns out it's for shields.
Shields are part of the new equipment feature. They're kind of scattered around the map at random. You pick them up, and bam, press the X button. I am now shielded. You can't shoot me. You can come in here and hit me, but you can't shoot me.
It's like the cone of silence.
It's more of a cone of tragedy.
Check it out, you guys.
I can actually destroy it as well.
Does it pop like bubble wrap?
I'm just gonna go back and look at the water.
Oh, man, we're back home. Man, I hope you learned your lesson.
Oh, I learned my lesson. I'm going back to check out that man cannon. Why do they call it that?
Welcome to the DVD surround sound test. Speaker on that side. Speaker on that side. Speaker behind you over there. Speaker behind you over there. Center speaker.